hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. What's up, y'all? Happy Monday. Good morning. How y'all feeling, yo? I hope somebody's ready for another great day at work, another great week at work. But yo, we can't get nothing started until we get our fave on here. Y'all already know how we do, yo.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Simone.
Good morning, Miss Joni. Good morning, Heartbeats.
How you doing, Miss Simone?
What does that mean? Is that a new heart? What is that?
No, the countdown is real, Miss Simone. I got 9 more good mornings for you. That's it, yo.
Joni, no hablo inglés. I don't understand. I
No.
don't.
Mommy.
Nuevo. We're just getting started.
No, we just getting started and already we counting down, yo. Can you believe it?
9 more sessions. Wow.
That's it, yo. This is the next to the last Monday, yo. One more happy Monday and we done. We out of here.
I'm gonna be messed up the first Monday. We're not I'm gonna be tore up. Please check on Miss Simone. Please send help because I'm gonna still be on here like good morning.
Yo, ain't nobody gonna be there, yo. It's gonna fall on deaf ears. Your little good morning gonna go to waste, yo.
Just me by myself.
Yo, your little good morning gonna go to waste. Y'all, the countdown is real.
It's okay. It's okay.
Every day I'm giving y'all the fingers. Every day, yo, the countdown is real, yo.
This is not fair, Miss J. You know we hate the countdown. You gonna have them protesting. We want more sessions and we want them now.
They done. They done. They done. Count down, y'all.
Just ignore the count. We're gonna maximize these last couple of days. We're gonna maximize these last couple of days. So, like you said, we're gonna have a great day, a great week.
Yes. Yo, I hope so, yo. I hope somebody takes advantage of these last couple of days, especially people who've been just like sitting back, watching and observing, and they've been hesitant about jumping out there. You know how, I mean, they don't really double dutch no more these days, but you know how they used to be like, all right, but they need to go ahead and get in, yo.
Just jump in, y'all. Jump in.
Matter of fact, next event, yo, because we got to have another Summer Heart Smiles event because Saturday was too much fun, yo, but we got to do it right. I got to bring the speakers and all that stuff. But like, yo, next event, we going to have a little double dutch going on.
That would be lit. Oh, Miss Joni. Y'all got to cut up with the double dutch.
Yo, we going to have a little double dutch. We going to have a Uno card game going on. We might have a spades. Anybody play spades? Bring your mommy. Yeah, yo, we got to do something, y'all. We got to do something.
I can't wait because it's real. Y'all got to jump in.
You got to jump in, yo. This is the countdown, yo. It's now or never for real.
And you don't want to look back and be like, dang, I wish I would. You want to look back like scared and all. Good session, scary session, whatever. At least I did it. Like you want to walk away proud. And literally, like that could be a great accomplishment for the summer. I showed up every day for work and I got on a session.
Right. And Simone, I think people forget that you carry these experiences with you. Mm-hmm. Like it's not only good just here. Like this is like training ground. This is where you like crash and burn, where you started off. But then, baby, once you get good,
I'm telling you,
you carry it out in the world and you become so valuable. And it's crazy because one of my partners, he's a retired NFL football star.
Okay.
And because he's retired, now he runs a camp for girls and is all around like athletic. So of course he hit me up. He like, Miss Joni, I need you to come out, talk to my girls about leadership, entrepreneurship, blah, blah, blah. Of course I would have did it, but I'm not available. So first thing I said, oh, I got some heartbeats.
Hey, you know,
come out and do that. I'm like, I got some heartbeats that's better than me at this point that can come out and talk to your girls, motivate, inspire, like help them to see the value and the worth within themselves. Like, yo, and it's money attached to that type of stuff too. Not that it's about the money, but it's just to say that people recognize your value. Like, yo, talking for 45 minutes, easy $100, yo.
Miss Joni, Miss Joni, all you want us to do is share our experience, drop some knowledge, give back to other young people so we get to do something good for the world, encourage other people, encourage ourselves, and get some money. Oh,
Miss
Jesus.
Simone, that's it.
It's too good over
That's
here.
it. But like, if you're not stepping out there, building up those type of skills, then those opportunities not even going to be an option for you.
Yeah, because you
Like,
have to practice. You
exactly.
got to start somewhere. And
Exactly.
way than here. All right,
Exactly.
y'all. That's the call out. Get up here. We got 9 more days.
Yo, listen, the countdown is so real, yo.
Protest, y'all, protest.
The countdown is so real, yo. And if you missed the verses,
oh my
yo,
okay, how was the weekend? How was everybody's? It was busy.
The weekend was busy, but the weekend was amazing. And it's just like now being able to do some things outside of virtual kind of made me miss the in-person. So now that's why I'm like, you know what? I thought I could go the whole summer without doing an in-person event. Nah, I don't think we can. Like, we gotta pull at least one together. Like, because the energy was so real, yo. Like, you know, when them heartbeats get together, it's gonna be.
When I tell you, it's the best family reunion cookout. Just love. You be so excited, happy. Everyone's running around, eating something, talking something, dancing. It's just the best.
And not only that, Miss Simone, the youth entrepreneurs be out there making money. So KR Smoothies, she sold out of smoothies. She had she had a rack of money. I said, look, don't pull that out too long because I'm not packing right now. I'm with my peoples, so I ain't packing right now. If I would have known you would have had that guap of money, I'd had to bring something.
Can you please stop being funny?
Yo, Cam had to, because you know her business is like a cash business. I'm like, yo, tell these people to cash at you. But Cam sold out of the smoothies. Quarantine, the lights was there. They had the fruit salads on deck, and you can pick what you wanted in your fruit salad.
Okay.
Sold out of fruit salads. Naya, y'all know the baby only 12 years old, but she's a boss. So she sells the keychains that got the hand sanitizer, the lip gloss, and the cute little like decorative things or whatever. She sold out. It's like, yo, you come, you eat good vibes, and you make money, yo. Like, come on.
It's a success for me. Oh, heart smiles. Oh.
So right.
It's so good. Oh, I can't get enough. I am so happy. It sounds like a great time.
Yeah, show. But we're going to do something again, yo. So if anybody missed out on the last one and you want to do something in person, you want to get out, yo, just make sure that you stay following us even at the Youth Works is over. And we're going to post the details and all that. We're going to figure out the location, get the food and stuff right and all that. And we're going to tell y'all where we're going to be. But yeah, we got to do it up, yo.
I can't wait. I wonder who's going to be first at the in-person events like they be first on the virtual ones. Who we got first today?
Santana.
I don't even know why I ask anymore. Santana, that's my spot. That's my spot.
Yo, Santana, good morning. And also shout out to Santana, because Santana was part of the grill team on Saturday. So she was helping to like make the food and all that stuff like that. Yo, Santana showed up and showed out, y'all. Good morning, Santana.
Oh my girl. Did you play her song too? Move, get out.
Yo, you know we play her song, yo. We got even though Charles made her lose the verses though, yo. She had $50 on the line, Miss Simone. One song, $50 on the line. And if y'all missed that on some easy money. But all you had to do was play one song against your person. And she had New School. The person that went against her had Old School, Deshaun, and yo. She let Big 16 get her caught up, yo.
What?
Play some YBS mess.
No. It's okay.
Play some YBS mess, and then my man Deshaun just came in with something hard. Yo, he came with the Black Street.
Okay. What y'all know about that?
Don't leave me. Yo, he came hard, and that's the $50, yo, just like that, yo.
That's all right.
I know, yo. You know the man, the little fishing pole, and be like, you gotta be a little quicker than that, holding the $1 up, yo. That's how it was, yo.
So close. The verses will be the shoe. The verses will take
so the verses will have you battling for. But yo, Amari and Coach Johnson, yo, let me not even get on it, yo. Coach gave Amari a run for her money.
Good.
Some of the songs he was playing because he had to represent New School. But yo, but for whatever reason, New School can never win. Old School always come out on top.
It's because everything builds off of the old school anyway. They be sampling the beat. It's nothing like that good old school vibe. It just brings.
Yo, by the time she played DMX, it's like, yo, just all right, Coach Johnson. You ain't, yo, just go ahead and sit down.
Turn your camera off, baby. Turn your camera off.
Yeah. He turned his camera off a couple times. Yo, but we had so much fun on the verses, yo. We had so much fun, yo. It's a good time, yo.
That sounds great. I'm so glad. Oh, sounds like good vibes, good weekends, and the best part is that there's more to come. So y'all stay tuned, and let's see if Santana's gonna keep this top spot all 9 days. I'm ready. I think she got it. I don't know.
All right, we're gonna see. All right, we gotta get into our acronyms. Who we got first?
All right. Young new leader.
No, hold up. We always do front line first, don't we? My bad.
What the heck? It's all right. It's okay.
Hold on. Rewind that, Mr. Mo. Hold up. All right.
Who
we got first?
Front line. Good morning,
Frontline. What's up, Frontline?
Always in the front.
Never in the back.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling, All right.
Young new leaders.
YNL. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
How y'all doing, YNL? Good to see y'all, yo. Good morning, y'all.
I love it. Okay.
All right.
Youth built for success in the chat. We got YBS here.
YBS.
Morning.
What's up, YBS? Good morning, y'all. YBS.
Yes. Okay, and then we got Better Future. You know we got Brighter Future.
Yeah, I'm about to say you always put the brighter in there, yo. Better Future, aka Better Brighter Future. Good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling today?
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning. Don't we got another Y? A youth built for success?
Yeah, that's YBS, Miss Joni.
That's YBS.
It's YBS.
I'm old, y'all. Y'all, listen, it's too many. I gotta sort these acronyms out, y'all.
Acronyms. It's the little babies, the babies, little bit, all that. It's the
young. They tripping me up. Y'all know, y'all. It's too much. It's my bad, y'all.
And you know we got the chosen generation. You know
chosen generation, yo, shows up. Good morning, chosen generation.
They show up and show out. Good morning, y'all.
Yes, they do. They had a whole Wisdom Wednesday session too last week, y'all. Good morning, y'all.
Love it. Then we got the biggest lessons.
Lesson.
Good morning.
AKA biggest blessing. Good morning.
Yes.
How y'all feeling?
Jesus.
I know.
Okay. It really slipped my mind this morning.
I know, yo. Straight from the crevices of the ghetto streets of East Baltimore, we got the Ghetto Goon Squad.
Good morning, Ghetto Goon Squad. Good morning.
Good morning, Ghetto Goon Squad. Good morning. Hey, yo, their leader was on the grill, yo, Saturday, yo.
Let us find out. We had some ghetto goons on the grill.
Had the ghetto goon on the grill. I was like, Mr. Jeff, no, sir.
Thank you. Get him off.
That's not what you want. That's not what you want, yo. Good morning, y'all.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. I think we got everybody, Miss Shoni. What you think?
We got everybody?
I think so. You know they'll let us know. Heartbeats, let us know if we missed y'all.
Yeah, I think we might have everybody. New Heartbeats, good morning, y'all.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
How y'all feeling? Good to see y'all. OG Heartbeats, stand up, Sean. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing, y'all? Good to see y'all. And Heartbeat Mentors.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Heartbeat Mentors. How y'all feeling?
Oh, this is great.
Yes, y'all.
This is how you start the week off,
right?
This
how you start the week, y'all. And you got somebody knocking at the door, y'all. Do we let your company in, y'all?
Yes, let our guests in. We're going to have a great session today.
Yes.
Good morning.
Donovan, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, Donovan, I love when you get up here. That smile, what?
Don't it light you up?
It really does.
Y'all, I'm telling you, yo, it's giving Mr. President.
It really is. It really is. What you want? President of the American Medical Association, President of the United States?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Period.
Yeah.
Don, I'm telling you, I feel like you ripped the Band-Aid off. You ripped that do-rag off. You've been standing on success since day one, since you ripped the fear off. I'm just so proud.
Yes, yo. Yes.
How do you feel?
I feel good. I feel amazing.
Good. Do you feel like you're starting to get used to like getting on sessions and finding your own like rhythm to it?
Yeah, I'm more used to it. I'm less nervous.
That's so good.
That's awesome. Yo, next thing you know, we're going to be having some medical sessions, yo. Dr. Dawn.
Period. Come on, Miss Joni.
Right? Yo, for real. Quick introduction to medical, whatever, you know.
That would be
and he just have his little conversations with other young people that's interested in the medical field. Bring on some experts, talk to them, bring on some current doctors. You know, we got Dr. Mo. She can bring her whole crew through.
You already know, and they would love you. Oh my gosh, Doctor, they're going. You want to go to medical school right now? You just say the word.
Yeah.
Just say the word, yo. You in there? Get you a little white coat and everything.
Done.
Little stethoscope around your little neck.
Yeah, that's what we need. It's good for the people.
Yes. Nurse Niasia, yeah.
Ooh, we love it. Come on, Nurse Niasia. We need all the people in the medical field, y'all, especially, just with the pandemic alone, it showed us that we need our own people in these spaces that will understand what's going on with our families, what makes us scared, what makes us worried, what makes us healthy. So y'all are interested even just a little bit. We can really get a group started and get it popping, because I would love for y'all to take care of me when I get old.
That would be amazing, right?
Please, calling Dr. Don and nurse, please, don't let anybody else touch me. I need my people. But all right, Donovan, you want to tell everybody what we're talking about today, what we're doing. This is your show, your session, and I am just here for you, so you know when you're ready.
Okay, so today's topic is social media and the influence it has on its users.
Okay. So I'm gonna share.
I was actually. Oh yeah, you can start sharing.
Okay. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say that I was inspired to like bring up this last session with Miss Simone when we was talking about like social media and its effects on people's views and stuff like that. So I reached out and we hooked up the session.
Here we go. Ms. Donnie, you wanted to say something? Sorry, I cut you off.
Oh no, you okay? I was just saying that this is a great topic, very much needed. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Donovan. I'm excited. Let's get into it.
Okay. What is social media? Social media is websites and applications that enables users to create and share content or to post in social or to participate in social networking. Sorry. An example of social media or like participating in social networking, you could post a photo on Instagram, get likes, comments, etc. It can range from applications such as YouTube, like the one we're on, or Facebook. Next slide.
I love that. What social media do y'all have? Because I feel like I didn't know that YouTube counted as a social media. So thank you for putting that up there, Don, because I'm like, it's good to know. Like, we always talk about social media, but what really is it? And like, how can each platform that we have be used in a positive or negative direction? So I wanted to see what social media people have. If that's
Wait, before I start, some people classify email like Gmail as social media, but I'm not sure like where I stand with that. Like, how do y'all feel about that?
Let me go back to the definition. Miss Joni, what do you think? Do y'all think that counts?
Well, you mean like in terms of like the influence that it has, positive versus negative?
Like sharing stuff, messaging others, communicating with others. Like, do you consider Gmail a social media site?
Oh, Gmail? No, that's my email.
Yeah.
I don't consider Gmail my social media site. I don't know if somebody else would classify it differently, but I look at that as my email, and to me, that's different.
Okay, I kind of agree. The social media I have Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Discord, and I think that's pretty much it.
Oh, what's Discord?
Discord is like a website. You can like message others, call others. I mean, it's like an app. It's an application. You can message people, make servers with different people, make group chats. Y'all can video call, voice call. You can share your screen. So it's fun and it's useful.
I might have to try that. Discord. Okay. Miss Joni, what social medias do you have?
I have Facebook, Instagram. Those are two I use the most. And then TikTok too. I do jewels on TikTok. I have a Twitter, a Twitch, and a LinkedIn, but I don't really use those. I'm not really active on none of those.
Yeah, that's good. I'm looking in the chat. See, now you just said I have Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat. Andre has IG and YouTube. Kai has Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Kayla has Instagram and Twitter, but barely uses them. Same. Yeah, I was gonna say I have Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, but I barely use either of them, which is probably I don't know. We can get into this. I feel like that's what you're gonna talk about next, Donovan. So go ahead.
So from what I'm seeing, a lot of us use similar social media applications like Instagram, and like it's doing this. Okay, so what type of influences does social media have on its users? Social media can have both positive and negative effects on the people who utilize them. So positive effects can be like it brings down your mood. Next slide, please. Okay, the pros of social media. Social media allows people to connect with friends, family, and etc. It also gives people an insight. It also allows you to give people an insight on your lifestyle. It allows for nurtures and expands relationships. It allows for networking, which is very important. It gives you increased resources for mental health and information and support, which provides you anonymity, 24/7 access, and it has no geographic limitations. So, and a pro of social media I use is like networking because of Heart Smiles, but I can contact different people on Instagram, email, and it helps me better myself to the road to success. Do y'all have any pros of social media y'all like to share?
Yeah, I would definitely say one big one that's missing from this is that like when you use social media for like business, kind of like how I do, people get to kind of try your services before they buy your services. And I've gotten a lot of contracts through social media from people who haven't even met me. One of my biggest contract, like with the state of Maryland, an employee was watching my jewels and asked if I did that in terms of like my leadership consultant. And I'm like, yeah. And next thing you know, I had a whole couple $1,000 contract through DMs set up because of my social media.
That's so cool. I think social media like allows for a lot of good things to happen, but in the wrong hands, it can allow for bad things. Miss Simone, did you want to share?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like when I think of social media, I think of it as another tool, like another way that I can communicate with people. So, like, a lot of the times I know people get their news from social media. So, like, sometimes I do like follow like news sites, and it helps me to like stay up to date on what's going on in the world. So I'm not just out here in my own bubble, but I can have like a more worldly view. And I really love how you put the mental health resources information, because if you follow the right people and you use social media as a tool that can really help you, if you like filter your content, you can get positive affirmations, you can watch inspiring videos, you can look at like, I like cooking stuff. So I see a lot of like quick cooking things that I can do. So, you know, just using it as a tool rather than letting it like take over your life, I feel like is really important.
Okay. Um, okay, I think we can go to the next slide.
Okay.
The cons of social media. The cons of social media include cyberbullying, stalking. It allows negative people to unite. Um, it causes mental health issues such as depression or increases your likely ability to get those. It causes sleep disruption, unhealthy comparisons, and insecurities due to societal views. Okay, so on this part, I want to share two experiences. Wait, okay. I think we can go to the next slide first.
Yeah.
Okay, has anyone ever experienced any of these cons, and what did they do to stop like experiencing it? Okay, I wanted to share two experiences I have. One experience I had in middle school, there was this girl page of the whole school, and she would post like embarrassing pictures of us, try to like laugh at us, like get people to laugh at us and make humiliate us basically. So what I did at first, I was responding in the comments like I was kind of like bashing her. Like at first we didn't know who it was, but she later revealed herself. But then I blocked the account and I reported it to the administration, and she did get in trouble. Okay. Another situation. This is like more recent. Um, I used to have a spam account, and I follow other spam accounts. But after a while, I realized all they would post is drama, fighting, smoking, drinking, and I realized it was really negative. So I just deleted my whole spam account. So and that really helped me.
In what ways did it help you?
It bettered my psyche, and I had less negative issues to worry about. Like if I saw someone something that was really offensive to a group of people, I would want to respond, or I would like be angered. But me deleting my spam account brought me away from that, and I didn't have to get angry by someone else's poor choice of words.
No, that's great.
I appreciate you having the courage to get that other account shut down that was making fun of people, because it's stuff like that that caused people to commit suicide.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
so thank you for having the courage to get it shut down, because I think the people who add fuel to those fires are the ones who really help to keep that stuff going. Because if people was posting dumb stuff and people wasn't viewing it or liking it, they wouldn't have no incentive to do that type of humiliating stuff.
I agree. Also, something that was really like bizarre was like the girl she posted herself and like talked about herself to get us off her scent. Like that made no sense, and she still got caught. That was embarrassing.
Just want attention, yo. Them attention.
For real.
People be starving for attention, and they don't care what kind it is, negative, whatever. They just give it to them. That's a sick way to live.
It
I
really is.
agree. Do y'all have any negative cons of social media? Y'all would like to share or experiences?
I don't have any personal ones because social media came around when I was an adult. So by the time social media came around, I was already confident in myself and who I was, and I already knew what type of energy I wanted, whether it was on social media or in person. So like I'm not one of those people that look at my stuff and be like, "Oh my god, like this is depressing" or whatever, except for like the murders and the news and stuff like that. But I don't know. Maybe like the political thing is probably some of the things that's I guess like most damaging that I can see from like a world view because some of this stuff is just outrageous.
Yeah, I was gonna say I get really worried about like the misinformation and the bullying that goes on like in social media. So like, all this stuff is like based on an algorithm and like pretty much they get paid to keep you on their platform because it's free, but then now you see more and more ads, right? And so
Hmm.
the way that they can get people to like say, okay, we're going to give you $2 billion if you can put our ads for KR smoothies on Instagram, right? And so they have to prove, why am I giving you this $2 million? Are people really, do you really have a big clientele? And then they show the data. Yeah, we can show you people ages 14 through 16 spend more than 5 hours a day on our social media site. And they're like, oh, perfect. That's exactly what we need. And then if they can show in the next round, let's say their contract is up, and then they're like, actually, we have people on here for 7 hours a day now. So you really need to give us more money. Like, y'all, this is like how this stuff works. And so you have to make sure that these things are useful for you in your life, that you're not just like letting this stuff control you and you're just on there all day. Like my mom used to say this about like watching TV because when I was younger, like I feel like I like to watch TV. Now it's like more social media. And she was like, "Why would you watch other people living out their dreams and when you could be going out and like living your dreams and like doing the things you want to do?" So I would just say just check your screen time because you really could get sucked in and like the only other thing is that now with social media, it really gives you, everyone has a platform now, right? Like anybody, when you get on these spaces, you can really feel popping and important. And that's good, as you should. But you have to just be careful what you say and what you post because it's always there. It's like now you have a podium and you have to be responsible. Like, would you want this on the church announcements? Would you want this at your interview? Would you want your kids to see this stuff? Like, it's all fun and games until it's not fun and games. So that's two things I would say.
Can
Yeah.
I add one more thing, Donovan,
Yeah.
to what Miss Simone was saying? Like to like how they doing like marketing and algorithms and stuff. That goes to the point of what we always say too. Like everybody's making money off of you except for you.
Mm-hmm.
So like why wouldn't you figure out a way to use these social media platforms to where as though you are benefiting and you just not a consumer and them basically profiting off of you?
Yeah, I agree. I think we should like reduce the time we spend on social media and do things that will better our and towards our goals.
Yes. I love
Okay,
that.
another question I have. Do you think social media has such a huge impact on the way society acts? Did y'all hear the question?
It broke up as a little bit. I think I heard it. You said why does it have a huge impact on the way that people act? Did you hear me, Simone?
I'm like, Donovan, wait, come back. Can you hear us?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I frozen?
No, you back. You back.
Okay. Okay. The question was, why do you think social media has such a huge impact on the way society acts?
Mm.
Oh, that's good. Oh, this is deep, Donovan. I don't know. I need some heartbeats. What's your thing?
Oh, yo. But you know what? It was some study that came out that says that if Facebook was a country, it would be something like the fifth or sixth biggest country. So like, yeah, I got to look it up, but it was some study that like said that, and it was another study that said too, if you combine all of the social media platforms all together, then it would be combined the biggest country in the world. So definitely part of what makes it so valuable is that you got so many people,
Yeah.
and geographical lines don't exist on social media.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good one. And I think it kind of taps into like just like how we are as humans, right? Like you want to be connected. Like people don't really like to be alone. Now I also feel like people don't want to be like, especially now that we have phones, like I just feel like people can't sit down. They don't want to be by themselves at every moment. There needs to be something like on the TV or something like silence is like not a thing anymore. Just sitting with yourself. Like if it gets quiet for a little bit, I feel like people just automatically pull out their phones and they want to start like I need to watch something or do something. So I feel like it just kind of taps into I don't know, our connections as humans and just like the things that make us a little. Mm, But I wanted to ask y'all a question though about
Okay.
social media, kind of. This is probably a little off topic, Donovan. So if you don't want to talk about this, please let me know and I'll shut up. But how do y'all feel about cancel culture on social media and stuff? Like if people say the wrong things or do the wrong things and then they get canceled, how do y'all feel about that?
I'm okay with it for certain like issues and stuff like that because to your point earlier, I think the people watching and listening have to hold the people with these big megaphones accountable for what they're doing and what they're saying on these platforms. And it's like, yo, you have a bigger responsibility. You can't be careless with your words. And if you want to be careless, then do that in your small circle of people. Don't take the Twitter or Facebook where, like how Miss Carmen said, weak-minded people were easily influenced to where as though you influencing millions of weak-minded people to potentially do the wrong thing. So I just think it's just really holding yourself accountable to a higher standard when you know that you got that big of a microphone.
Yeah, I'm kind of in between when it comes to cancel culture because I get canceling someone like Wendy Williams because she's been messy and problematic for many years. But like, I'm not sure. Like, say if a person says an offensive thing and then they step back and try to educate themselves, would they still be canceled? Because I think some people can change if we allow them to. But if I get canceling them if they continuously do the wrong thing despite being told that it's offensive and it's wrong. So yeah, I agree with it sometimes and disagree with it sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I agree too. Y'all there's some really great comments in there. I'm sorry I can't keep up. It's going so fast, but I see y'all's comments and they're lovely. They're wonderful. But yeah, I agree. I feel like people should because this platform is serious and people think it's all fun and games until you get canceled and then you're crying and it's like you should have thought about that before. And I feel like you can really tell the difference between people who genuinely made a mistake than when people like really did something and they were malicious and then they're all defensive and now they want to say sorry because they're losing followers and they're realizing that now they're part and it's like no, this is why you had to get canceled. But okay, only because we're running out of time, I wanted to ask y'all too, how do y'all feel about people sliding into DMs on social media? Is that a pro? Because that's one kind of pro. I feel like it helps people to connect, but we didn't really talk about dating. Do y'all think it's appropriate or inappropriate to be using social media to try to enhance your personal love life?
Um,
I want to know. I need to see people. Is it
I think
offensive to slide into DMs?
I think it's offensive depending on how you slide in a DM. Like if you're just like saying a lot of unwanted sexually comments, then that's wrong. But if you're being respectful, then I think it's on some level okay.
Okay. What
No.
about you, Johnny? What do you think?
Some of these dudes be taking it too far with some of the pics that they be sending, yo. Like,
Show me what?
Miss Simone.
What picture? What?
They sending the pictures, Miss Simone. Not saying hi, not saying hello.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Miss
Oh,
Simone.
no. That is, oh, I'm just cringing. Like, I don't want to see you. I didn't ask for that.
You're going to exhaust your cringe reflex if you knew the amount of times that it happens. Yo, I don't think that there's nothing wrong with like you like casually striking up a conversation to talk to somebody to get to know them better, because more and more social media is becoming like some of the ways that people connect, like before you connect in person. But it's just something about this new generation, yo, trifling. Trifling, yo.
Do they send it like a selfie or is
They
it
don't even wash their stuff and they sending it, yo.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, yo. Very disrespectful.
Well, please, yeah, maybe we should have.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead, Donovan.
I think if you do decide to slide into someone's DM, you should be respectful and not do unwanted things they didn't ask for, because that's sexual harassment.
Thank you,
Exactly.
Thank you. And I would say, y'all, I mean, to me, I feel like
okay,
it's oh. Go ahead. Donovan? Donovan, are you there?
Yeah, hear me?
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank God. I was doing a silent prayer to the Verizon angels.
Okay, I'm back now.
Okay. Were you gonna ask another question?
No, I was listening to what you was about to say.
Oh, okay, good. Because I was gonna just say that I know for me, like, I feel like people when they get on social, they just be acting so different, and it's like, don't do what you wouldn't do in person. Don't be trying to say all this stuff to me in my DM, and then we get in person. Where's that same energy? That's what I thought. So I just need be regular. You don't have to. How are you doing? How is it? Just asking genuinely. You know what I'm saying? And if you know you're going there to slide into someone's DM, you can be honest too. Like, I think I'm not the one to be giving sliding into DM advice, but I'm just telling y'all what I know, that what has worked and what doesn't work. The pictures, no. All this big boy energy, oh, sexy mama, no.
I agree with Kai. He says social media is an illusion, and I totally agree. Social media allows for people to become someone they're not.
Yes. And you know what, yo, I know we only got like a couple seconds, but you got to also be cognizant of the fact that everybody isn't who they say they are too. One about Hubbeats, I'm not going to say no names, but hopefully they get on here and tell a story again. If you was with us last summer, do you remember his story? But he was, I think 14 at the time, thought he was talking to a 14-year-old girl. Whole time he talking to a 60-some-year-old man. So the pictures and stuff that he was exchanging, I mean, you shouldn't be doing it anyway, but he thought that he was exchanging pictures with a peer, and he wasn't. He was exchanging pictures with the 60-some-year-old nasty man who ended up getting him caught up. So now he got something on his record because he was an accomplice to a crime that he didn't even know that he was committing around child pornography. So you just got to be careful, yo. People is out here fishing and hunting for young people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. There are a lot of predators on social media.
Yeah. So yeah, it's all fun and games. It's cute, but just be mindful. Like, just with anything that you're involved with and that you're a part of, like, just be mindful that everything can have a pro and a con, and it's up to you to like figure out how you're going to use that so that it can be an added positive in your life and not a negative.
Yes. We need y'all, Jewel. We completely out of time. This was amazing, though.
Thank you.
My Jewel ties into like today's topic. Be careful on social media. and know when to limit yourself and take a break from it. That's my truth.
Oh, I love that. And I would continue to be you no matter the place and space. You shouldn't be trying to do to one person in this space, stay true to who you are and know when you're acting outside of your character.
Yeah.
And thank you so much, Donovan. This was great.
Yes, this was amazing. We definitely need a part 2, hopefully before our
Bye,
end.
Joni. Bye,
Mom, Miss Simone. See you,
Yeah.
Donovan.
love y'all. Have a great day.
Bye. Y'all know Miss Simone always get us right. All right, y'all go ahead and take y'all break. I see y'all right back here at 11 for our guest mentor spot. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, y'all. I hope somebody had a great break, yo. Y'all know Miss Simone always get us right, right? Yo, we definitely want to need a part two on that social media conversation. But y'all, we at my favorite part of the day, yo, the guest mentor spot. And y'all gonna love who we got today, yo. Like, let me not even hold it up. Let me go ahead and get our guest mentor on here real quick so we can get this thing popping so y'all can see why this is absolutely one of my faves. Miss Trina, can you hear us? Miss Trina, what's up? We can't hear you. You on mute?
Hello.
There you go. Hey, Miss Trina.
Hi, Joni.
How you doing?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm doing amazing. I'm blessed. I can't complain at all. Thank you so much for spending time with us today.
Oh, you're absolutely welcome anytime.
Man, I can't wait to get into this because people got to know that without you, there would be no Heart Smiles and John Hopkins relationship, like especially the way that it exists now. So we gotta work up to that.
Okay.
We gotta get up to that. But Miss Trina, can you spill your tea? Tell us who the heck Miss Trina is. Like, where did you come from? How did you grow up?
Ah, okay. Well, I come from Baltimore. I grew up, born and raised here. I'm first generation Baltimore. My father's side of the family is from Newberry, South Carolina, and my mother's side of the family is from Littleton, North Carolina. And I am the oldest of six. Graduated from Dunbar High School. I went to Walter P. Carter when it was brand new.
Wow.
The first time it was brand new.
Wow.
And I grew up in like the neighborhood near Morgan State University, Lock Raven, Cold Spring. Grew up on a street called Marble Hall Road. Um, and, was like a kid, like any other kid in Baltimore. My mom married my stepdad when I was 5 years old. My father, my biological father, had been a basketball star at Dunbar.
Wow.
He and his best friend, Nathaniel England, if anybody knows Chanel England, my buddy, her, and my father and her father were inseparable. They were best friends. Long before we were born,
Wow.
they were the all stars that came out of Dunbar in the '60s with Muggsy Bogues. I mean, not well. I went to school with Muggsy, but they went to school with like Chick Webb and some of those old heads. And they took Dunbar to the All Stars, and they won the championship. And both of them have passed now. But we're, Chanel and I are the legacy that our fathers left behind. And they raised us up in community, and community has always been there for us. And so we've dedicated our lives to helping community and working in community. And so my parents taught me the importance of being a volunteer, of giving back, of respecting my elders. And I grew up surrounded by community and raised in a lot of ways in a close community. And then I always wanted to be a veterinarian. So when I graduated when I was in the 12th grade at Dunbar, I was in the Hopkins program. So
Wow.
I would spend half day at Dunbar, and then I'd walk up to Hopkins and work at the hospital for the other half of the day because they didn't have anything around animal medicine. But so they put me in general medicine curriculum.
Wow.
And then when I graduated, got a scholarship to attend Tuskegee, went to Tuskegee for veterinary medicine, and majored in animal husbandry, learned about the breeding of animals, and years later got married, came home. I lived in South Carolina for about 10 years, did some work with Clemson University around animals,
Did you?
work with the federal government. And after having our second daughter, when she was about 3, we moved back to Baltimore and didn't want to go back to work right away. Started volunteering in a youth program in Southwest Baltimore. and just fell in love with working with families and kids and decided to go to school and get my graduate degree. And so got my master's in human service and with a concentration in counseling and just committed to working with people and loving people and helping people to understand that they are worth the best. Doesn't depend on what your income level is, what neighborhood you grew up in. The fact that you were born says that you are a child of God and you deserve the best.
Yes.
And that starts with working with young people. I love working with young people because they are like brutally honest. You'll never have to guess with young people. They will tell you about yourself. You just got to.
You already know. I didn't know you spent time working actually like with animals and all that stuff.
Yeah. I birthed calves, worked with cows and horses mostly.
Oh my gosh.
I love animals to this day. I love animals. I have 2 cats, 2 aquatic turtles, and right now I'm kind of helping some tadpoles that a friend of mine had in his pool that we fished out the pool so we could save them. And now they're dropping their little tails and growing their legs. So I have them in a small aquarium and I'm going to release them in the pond at Patterson Park when they're finished hatching their little tails.
Oh my gosh. So what was the transition like then, going from like just working with animals and stuff to now you're working with kids?
For me, it was kind of a spiritual transition. Well, what happened was that really sparked it for me was while I was volunteering, a person came to our center one day and said he wanted to partner with us. He had been told about our program from a dear friend of mine who was my mentor, Rebka Nafu. And Rebka, he had come to Baltimore. He said that he had AmeriCorps funding and he wanted to hire some people to be AmeriCorps members. And so she told him to come to the Academy of Success, which is where I was. And I was the first person that he signed up as his first AmeriCorps member, which meant I could stay where I was working with those kids in Southwest Baltimore. But AmeriCorps would pay me. The program couldn't afford to pay me. It was a small program. They didn't have money, so they relied on volunteers. And so the federal government paid me to stay at that program and work with those kids. And then Hurricane Katrina happened. And I got a call from AmeriCorps asking if I would be willing to serve during Hurricane Katrina. Could they send me to Louisiana to serve in New Orleans? And I went back to my program and I asked the pastor, because the program was run by a small church, if that was okay. And he was like, yes. So I spent like almost a year there, helping families, like crying with folks who had lost everything they owned, but they were so happy to live. I've never seen more beautiful people like that who had lost everything, and including, family members, but they were so grateful to be alive and wanted to cook for you, but they didn't have working stoves or anything like that. And I learned so much. I learned how to install hot water heaters and appliances. I learned how to put up sheetrock and rebuild walls and houses. And I felt really empowered. And it taught me a lot, but it also taught me how important human touch is.
Yeah.
That while we have machines and innovation and technology to do a lot of things, it cannot replace what one person can do for another. And I sat on people's lawns and cried with them and hugged them and consoled them. I would go, we slept in the hostel. A hostel is like a old hotel and a dorm room put together. So you're sleeping in bunk beds with a bunch of people who have come from all over the country to help this area during the disaster. And you meet all kinds of people, and you have to sleep with them and eat with them. And then every day from sun up to sundown, you're working. They split us off into groups and they sent us all over New Orleans and Slidell, and areas outside of New Orleans to serve those families. And you're there with FEMA. FEMA is pulling bodies out of houses and at the same time, and then the Wildlife Federation is there. They're trying to replant trees because the water that came in from the Gulf is what they call brackish water. So it's like a mixture of salt water and fresh water, and the salt water killed a lot of the vegetation. So New Orleans used to have like a beautiful park called City Park, and it was designed by the same person who designed Central Park in New York. And all of the trees and vegetation died because of the water that came in. So we, in a day with the Wildlife Federation, we planted 1,000 trees.
Wow.
And but we also had to pick up the carcasses of dead animals that had, drowned, and so it was devastating, but it was also encouraging at the same
Mm.
time. The only thing that I regret is that I'd never been to New Orleans before that, so I didn't know what it looked like. I
Yeah.
didn't know the beauty of what it had looked like before the devastation. I've been there several times since then, but I wish I had seen it before Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah. Oh
But
my
that taught me
gosh.
a lot. It taught me that I had a lot to be grateful for, and it taught me the importance of people helping people. And so that's why when I came back, I decided to go back to grad school and major in human service,
Oh my god.
dedicated to serving people. So that was the transition.
And you saw that tragedy like up front,
Right. Yeah.
front
I
line.
saw like houses that had been shifted off their foundation by water and were sitting in where gas stations used to be. I saw under the highways like cars stacked on top of one another because that's the only place that they could put junk vehicles that had been washed away. I saw like, like in New Orleans, you can't be buried because it's on water, and so there are pumping stations that are constantly working underwater, underneath the city. And it's those pumps that failed that caused all of that water to come in. New Orleans sits below sea level. And so if it wasn't for those stations, it would always be flooded. And
Mm.
the poorest people lived closest to the water.
Oh
And
my
I
god.
thought, and it taught me a lot about poverty. It taught me a lot about institutional racism. It taught me a lot about how we put people who financially live below a certain level, we label them poor, and then we give them minuscule situations. We give them the least quality, and we expect them to be thankful for whatever they get. you know and that's the worst tragedy. The worst tragedy wasn't Katrina. The worst tragedy was how people were treated
Mm.
because they were poor. People who didn't couldn't show the deeds to their houses lost their homes. They couldn't show where their property lines were, so they lost their homes, and the government took those homes. And now that what used to be wards and poor areas are now waterfront high end properties
Miss Trina.
that sell for much more than what those folks could ever come back and afford. And so New Orleans lost 2/3 of its population. We have to ask ourselves what happens to a community that loses 2/3 of its population. One of the things that really was stuck out to me was that I didn't see any kids when I was there. Most of the folks who had families left. And so, does a city survive when the people who will inherit it leave? And I asked that question to myself about Baltimore. If we don't change what happens in Baltimore, and we don't help people to understand how important African American lives are to this city, and we have to, as leaders, if Joni and I have to begin to tell young people the only way you're going to survive is to leave Baltimore, you're going to have to save your life and just leave Baltimore. What will happen to this city if those who don't inherit it have to go live somewhere else and take their talent somewhere else? What will happen to the city? It will die.
Yeah.
It will die. And so my work is dedicated to making sure that Baltimore stays safe for those who will inherit it, so that you have something you can build on, and something that you can create and have a foundation to lend yourself to. Otherwise, we would have to, for the sake of your lives, because your lives matter, tell you to go live somewhere else.
Mm. Man, that's a powerful perspective, Miss Trina. And I don't even think that I realized that about Hurricane Katrina. I mean, I knew that it was devastating, but to lose 2/3 of the population and for people to not get their homes just because you can't find a deed that was drowned in water somewhere.
Right. And many of those families, they didn't have the deeds because their families had been living on that land for generations. So there was not a deed given to them, and this happens all over America. This used to be slavery used to exist. And when slavery ended and Caucasian people left their plantations because they didn't have any free labor anymore to work those land, to work that land, a lot of them just left and they abandoned the land to the slaves that stayed there who had nowhere to go. And those families have lived on those lands for generations. If somebody came along and said, give me proof that you own this, they wouldn't be able to produce the fact that they own it and and their children lived on it, their children's children lived on it. But that's how it was there. And so none of that history mattered to the government. The government seized an opportunity to take land that they probably had been wanting for a long time. And now they needed those folks couldn't produce, papers. And so
what's the difference between that and the gentrification that's like happening in cities like Baltimore?
No different. It's the same tragedy. Places, government institutions, private institutions claim eminent domain. If you don't own the land under your house, it can be taken.
Wow.
And it happens to poor families all the time. And it happens to people who don't know their rights. You may think, oh, my family has owned this house. My grandmother owned this house, but does she own the land that the house is on? Because a lot of homes in Baltimore are not fee simple. Fee simple means that you own the land and the house. So ask your grandparents, ask your parents. If they pay ground rent, then they don't own the land. Whether that ground rent is being collected or not, at some point, someone could come along and say, you know what, your family has been living here for years. You've not paid ground rent. It was not being collected. It needs to be collected now, or you need to, or I'm going to, say eminent domain. And then you don't have the capability of picking up your house and taking it somewhere else. So you have to give up the property. Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So Miss Trina, how did you find Hopkins then? Like, how did that happen?
Oh, Lord. So that person who hired me to be an AmeriCorps member became a dear friend. And he hired me to become a community school coordinator at Violetville Elementary Middle School. It's a little school that sits behind St. Agnes Hospital. I had never heard of it before until I
never heard of it till just now.
And so it's Violetville is a small community. Part of it sits in Baltimore City, part of it sits in Baltimore County. The school is on the city side, so it's a public school. The building was an old building, but well kept. It had been there since 1929, and the principal was a really great lady named Catherine Ryan, and she has since retired as a principal. But what was happening was the school was doing so well academically that people, as far as Edmondson Village, wanted to send their kids there. And she was taking them because she wanted to help any child she could. The issue was the income levels in that community were working class incomes. And most of the Violetville community is predominantly white. And these are working class folks. But their income levels were high enough that the school didn't qualify to be a Title I school. So she couldn't get extra money to help these kids. So she would take them, but she didn't have the resources to really help them if they were behind academically. And so she became a community school, and then I was hired to help bring in partnership support. So my job was to recruit partners, teach them about the school, and then get their support in providing services that the school really couldn't afford to pay for. And so, like, a relationship with BCCC to bring in GED programs because many of the kids' parents or older siblings had not finished school. Volleyball was an elementary, middle school, and because there was no high school, public high school in the area, and most of the white parents didn't want their kids to go to Edmondson, they let them drop out.
What?
The middle school, right? So if they didn't go to St. Joe's, if their parents didn't have the money to send them to St. Joe's, which was the closest private school, they dropped out. And so many, when I brought the BCCC relationship in, a lot of the kids who were getting their GED were kids who had left, who had finished middle school at Volleyball and just stayed home. So it was really helping the community. These kids were now able to get their GED. They're able to go on to college or other aspirations that they had. And so the GED program was really successful. I also did a partnership with USA Foods to create meals for families who are in need. A partnership with Unilever, which makes soap and house cleaning products and stuff. And our parents got kits every spring for house cleaning and supported the Parks and Recs program there. So it was a great team of partners. And I was there, wrote about, my boss and I wrote about $2.5 million in grants to bring in programs. So every program we brought in was funded. The principal did not have to try to find funds for anything. And it was just fantastic. And then one of the persons who was my boss at City Schools said to me, I sit on a board at Hopkins for the Center for Adolescent Health. I want you to apply for a position that they have available. And I was like, Hopkins? I had just graduated from grad school. I was totally intimidated. I was like, I'm not ready for Hopkins. That's too big. Like, I'm not ready. I can't do that. And she was like, no, they need you. And I'm like, no, do you understand what I'm saying? You know, like, I can't work at Hopkins. I don't do research. You know, she's like, you just graduated from a program. You did a ton of research. You wrote a thesis. I was like, yeah, but that was that. Like, these people, I was just totally intimidated by the thought of being at Hopkins. And she's like, just apply. And so I applied. And they called me.
Wow.
And the director was Freya Sonnenstein. And when I first met her, I was like, wow, this lady is so great. And she said, you see this number? And I said, yeah. It was at the top of my resume. It was the number 1 with a circle. She's like, you my first choice. And so my first interview went really well. She told me about the job. And then another Hopkins entity called me. And they were running a school. And their work, they wanted a behavioral interventionist, someone to teach the teachers how to handle behaviors. Like, what things do you send a kid to the office for? What things should you be able to handle in the classroom, kind of thing. So I set up a whole system for them. They said, give us some time. It'll probably take about 3 months. We'll get you in the system. We'll pay you forward, you know, what we owe you, but just give us about 3 months, work with us. So I did. 3 months passed, 6 months passed. And I went to them like, look, I need to get paid. I really enjoy doing this. I'd fallen in love with the kids at the school. They were at the old Green Spring Academy at the time near Sinai Hospital. And I just didn't want to go, but I needed to get paid. Yeah. And so I went back to the friend who had advised me to apply for Hopkins. And I said, do you know if that position is still available? And she said, yes. And so I called to confirm. Dr. Sonnenstein was out of the country at the time, and they told her that they told me that they would contact me when she came back. And they did. As soon as she came back, I think she had been in Turkey at that time. And when she came back, they set me up for an interview. And she told me she was very disappointed when I turned down the position. And she sent me to occupational health that same day.
Wow.
And occupational health said, we're ready to clear her, but she doesn't have any chickenpox antibodies. And I was like, I remember chickenpox. I still got a scar on my leg from chickenpox when I was a kid. I was like, I'm sure I had the chickenpox. They were like, well, maybe it was so long ago, your body doesn't have antibodies. So they made me take the chickenpox vaccine. And it's a 2-part one. You got to take it 28 days apart. And Freya was like, no, we need her like yesterday. We're going to hire her today.
Wow.
What do we need to do? And they were like, well, you all would have to wear masks. So we wore masks. Everybody wore masks. The youth leaders, everybody wore masks. And then 28 days later, I took my second shot and I was cleared and we were rolling.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I remember, in the interview process, I was interviewed by the youth advisory board that existed at the time and those young people. And I just thought, wow, this is the best job at Hopkins. I had never heard of a job like this, where you get to be in the community. You got this really nice office you can come to, but you ain't got to stay in there. You get to be in the community. You get to work with kids. And I was like, yes.
I know. And we got to get up to the part where we met. But I want to go back to something you said, though, Miss Trina, because it's very important. Like, so the people in that Violettville community, those upper class white people, what is it saying about Baltimore City public schools that they chose to let their kids drop out before they send them to Emerson High School, and they still managed to do well for themselves? Like that right there, I just still can't even wrap my mind around how that is possible and why our school officials, like how can they sleep at night? Like, how is this even possible? Like, they said, no, we'd rather drop out, and they still do better.
So it says a couple of things to me. It says how strong the mindset of racism is, that, and the fear that pushes it. This fear. I'm not sure what was the thinking that parents had about what their kids were going to experience at Edmondson. But they had some serious fears about sending their white kids to Edmondson High School. And I had never heard anything bad about Edmondson. And Edmondson had some really great career tracks. It probably would have been a great experience and also a wonderful lesson in diversity. But there were high numbers of families who just would not send their kids to Edmondson High School and let those kids drop out of school. And never once, I don't recall Baltimore City ever asking me to come into a meeting to sit down with a solution.
That's cool.
So I had to come up with some of my own solutions. So one of the things I did was I found out that in the past that there were students whose parents, once they graduated from Violettville, had gotten scholarships to go to Crystal Ray, which is a Jesuit school. And I think we have a youth leader who attends Crystal Ray.
We do.
And so I started inviting Crystal Ray in twice a year to bring students and administrators to come and talk to our kids about the opportunity of going to Crystal Ray. It was going to be a distance because Crystal Ray is on the east side, but they would get a scholarship to go there. The parents wouldn't have to pay. And I could work with the families to try to find some transportational supports if it was necessary. But I wanted the kids to be able to know that there's a high school you can go to. I also remember just before I left having some conversations with city schools about the possibility of building a new high school in that area. But, as far as I know, that hasn't happened to date. Right? That still hasn't happened. There needs to be another feeder high school option for the area of Southwest Baltimore. But if you've ever spent time in Southwest Baltimore, it's kind of a forgotten area. People don't think about it unless something happens there that draws your attention to it. And because you don't see Violettville from a main street because it's nestled behind St. Agnes Hospital, you don't think about it. Most people who used to come to the school, if I had meetings with them, didn't even realize it was a Baltimore City school. Before I left, I helped to raise money to build a new school. So Violettville was the first new school construction in Baltimore City in 20 years.
Wow.
The school system had given us a challenge to raise money to help match what it would cost to build that. and me and the community and some wonderful people who served on the PTA and the community association helped to raise money to make that match.
Wow.
And it was before the 21st century schools. This was the first new school construction in over 20 years.
Wow.
Baltimore City. So I'm really thankful to be part of that process. I'm thankful for what it taught me. You know, I was able to really come into Hopkins with some skills around building partnerships and really working with people at the community level. And so, you know, I got to do some fun stuff at Violetville. And I brought some partners with me from Violetville to Hopkins as part of the first community advisory board that I set up. And so it's been a great experience. This is my 12th year at Hopkins. October will mark 12 years.
Sheesh.
I've kind of grown up there.
Sheesh. Okay.
And a lot of that growth is definitely, the credit goes to young people. They have shaped me, you know, and molded me into a person who I can say I'm going to leave a legacy. I'm really happy about that.
Absolutely. So Miss Trina, what were you doing right before I met you? And can you talk a little bit about how that went? Like, because once we got connected, it was like,
oh my gosh, so that was life changing, Joni, because I actually was thinking about leaving Hopkins.
no, you wasn't.
Yes, I was. I was actually thinking about leaving Hopkins. I had already put some feelers out, and I had written a letter of resignation, which is probably still on the
Miss
paper.
Trina, no, you did not. Are you serious?
Because I was starting to wonder if the work I was doing was really making a difference. You know, you think you do really good work, and then you go home, and over the weekend, young people die.
Mm.
And you go back to work on Monday, and you feel like you haven't made a difference.
Mm.
You know, and I take every life seriously. And so I had gone through enough weekends, and I was starting to feel like I'm really not putting a dent in this.
Mm.
You know, I got a handful of young people who I know where they are, you know, but what about the larger group of young people in Baltimore City? You know, who do they have? And Dr. Leaf, who had been one of our directors, challenged me. You know, he was like, we need to dissolve the youth advisory committee, and we need to focus on the larger Baltimore. And so we had created an organization called YLAN, Youth Leadership and Advocacy Network. And I'd worked with some youth commissioners who I'd met through my friendship with Sabrina Sutton at the mayor's office, and kind of trained them up. And they took YLAN. And now Rashad owns YLAN. He uses it as his platform. And Rashad came to me. He and I had a weekly debrief. And he sat in the office. He's like, Miss Trina, I want to introduce you to somebody. And I was like, okay, you know, who you want to introduce me to? And he was like, it's a young lady. Her name, Joni Hollifield. I met her. She is phenomenal. And you all will hit it off. And I was like, mm-hmm. You know, I'd heard people tell me before I'm going to hit it off with somebody. And I was like, okay, sure. Well, you know, set it up. We'll meet. And he set it up. I'm telling you. When I met you, when you walked into the office, Jody, your face is so bright. You know, you just kind of lit up the room. And I was like, wow, okay, this one might be interesting. And we talked, and, you know, I think we have the right balance of similarities and differences. I saw myself. I saw the ambition and the strength and the fearlessness that I felt like I used to have. And I was like, that's my replacement. That's my replacement.
Not your replacement, Miss Trina.
Right there. And I was just happy, you know, because one of the things my parents had always taught me is iron strengthens iron. Mm-hmm. You know, and that part of your job, when you have gotten to where you want to be is to identify and connect to the person who will carry that baton to the next level. That person is your replacement. It's your responsibility to welcome that person and then strengthen them as much as you can and embrace the gifts that they bring. And I just knew it. I just knew from the moment I met you. And I know you aren't always comfortable hearing me say that. And, the folks that I work with aren't always comfortable hearing me say that, but I know it. I know it in my heart. And I am so grateful to have lived to see and have met you. Because my God, like you are like 5, 10 times me. Like you're sharp, Joni. You are absolutely sharp. And the fact that you have been able to take something that you created and brought to Hopkins and did in person and pivoted so quickly to a platform for a pandemic that none of us knew was coming. The fact that you've been able to do that and not lose a beat, and have more young people than you had in person, you know, um, just who are supported, who feel loved, who feel like their lives matter. That's the work. That's important. Like we in Baltimore, like other places, we will continue to throw money at issues, but it's not the money. It's the connection that matters. It's the relationship that matters. Money comes and goes, and as long as you live right, you're not going to have, a shortage of it. It is the connection. People don't care what you know until they know that you care. And you care. Like you are one of the most genuine folks I've ever met in my life. And that shines. That's the thing that gets young people on these platforms every day, because they know all it takes is one person to know that you care, to care about you. That's all that matters. And it will change your life if one person sees what's in you. And the fact that you can be busy but still take the time to see each person for who they are and what they bring and help to nurture that, that's what's needed at Hopkins. And it will change the face of Hopkins. It's not what I've done for Heart Smiles. This is what Heart Smiles has done for Hopkins. Believe me, my job was just to swing the door open. But you put your foot in there. You kept the door open. You put your foot in there. You kept the door open, and you've opened more than the doors of the center, but you've opened other centers there, other departments. Your name is known. And people there's a respect attached to that. Hopkins is an old institution, and it's filled with people sometimes who are resistant to doing things in a new way. But change requires that we learn. And Heart Smiles is that engine that has taught us and paved the way to help us to understand that, yes, the research matters, but it's not paramount to relationship. It's not more important than relationship. Now, relationship is a longer process, yes. And to some people that matters, and to some people it may not. They just want to get in and do their research and go out with their answers. But to people who really want to create systemic change, to people who want to create generational wealth, for people who want to see our neighborhoods thrive and our young people thrive, not just survive, relationship matters. And I know it matters to my colleagues, and I know it matters to you. And that's why our relationship works. I'm very happy that working relationship has turned into a wonderful friendship and sisterhood. Like you and I go through periods where we don't get to talk for a while, but when we do get to talk, it's like we never missed a beat.
Right back. We right back.
So I love that. I love the fact that, I get to learn from you. I get to benefit. You are, I started off taking you into my spaces, and now you're taking me into your spaces. And that is so great. and I love it because it's given me, like a second wind. It's made me feel not so old, and maybe that I still have something to contribute. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that you've given that to me.
No, Miss Trina, thank you. Because without you, the door would have never got open.
Look, girl, it's probably one of the smartest decisions I ever made.
Man, well, I'm glad you did it.
Probably overshot a lunch or dinner or something.
Something. Because when he first told me Hopkins, I was like, nah, no, thank you. Because we already had a strong relationship with the community, had a nice reputation.
Yeah.
And Hopkins didn't have a good reputation. And I was like, I don't want to be the sellout. I don't want to be the one that's taking advantage or damaging it. But I tell Rachel all the time, like, he knew who to introduce me to first. So I'm like, thank God it was you that I met first, because you helped change my perspective to be able to say, okay, you know what? You cannot like the institution. The institution can still have work to do, but it's people inside of that institution that wants to do the right thing and that really want to see these young people win. So you definitely changed my whole perspective on that. Because if I had met anybody else first, our relationship with Hopkins would not be this tight. I know it.
And there were people who were that for me. So I know what that feels like. I know what that feels like. I remember going to my first meetings as a new employee of Hopkins, going to community meetings and having to actually take my badge off or hide my badge in my shirt because I wanted people to remember I was part of the community first.
Exactly.
And that matters, especially to the folks in East Baltimore.
Exactly.
Their relationship with Hopkins is still kind of shaky. So you have to give them a chance to get to know you first, build that relationship with you, see your values, and then you can say, well, I work at Hopkins, I represent Hopkins. The voice of the community is so important to me because that community raised me.
Yes. Come on now. Miss Trina, we never have enough time, and this has been so amazing. But I gotta ask you our one last question, and that is, if you had to leave us with one jewel, just one jewel. You've been dropping jewels on our head this entire time, but one jewel, what would it be?
Practice humility. I think our young people are so talented. Baltimore is so full of talent. They're talented. They're bright in ways that I can't imagine. And sometimes in the process of being so talented and so full of promise, we forget to be humble. And humble doesn't mean like dumbing yourself down. That's not humble. Humble means understanding that the next person has something to bring to, and that it doesn't take anything away from you to listen to another person's perspective.
Yes.
And you don't have to come in the room shining. That those who know you and love you are going to create a platform for you to shine. You don't have to be the one patting yourself on the back all the time because others will pat themselves on the back. Just do the work.
Come on now.
So humility, I think, is really important. Be humble. Yeah. Be willing to listen. Even the most foolish person has a story. And be willing to listen to it. So that's all.
Thank you so much, Miss Trina. Thank you. This has been amazing. I appreciate you. I love you. You are.
I love you, girl.
You just all that, Miss Trina. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us today.
Thank you, guys. Wonderful. It's good seeing everybody.
Yes, I know. I'm going to be seeing you soon, though.
Yes. We'll be back to our lunches.
Yes. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your day, Miss Trina.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Then you're going to have to tell me how to log off of this thing.
Oh, I got you. See you.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Y'all, don't y'all love Miss Trina? Didn't I tell y'all? Y'all was going to love Miss Trina? Yo, and people who used to rock with us before the pandemic, and you know Miss Trina in person, you already know how her vibe is, how her spirit is. But like, yo, when we get back in person, and hopefully we will be starting next year, y'all get to meet Miss Trina in person. But like, absolutely, she's my number one. But go take y'all break, and I'm gonna see y'all back here at 12. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. What's up, y'all? I hope y'all are having a great day at work so far. Somebody get my man's Big 16 and tell him I ain't never, ever, ever late, y'all. Y'all get that ghetto goon squad leader, yo. Never late around here. Yo, wasn't Miss Trina amazing? Yo, don't y'all just love Miss Trina, yo? Yo, I forgot to mention this too, yo. But Miss Trina did that on the whim, yo. Like, shout out to Miss Money Mo, because Miss Money Mo hooked it up real quick. Y'all know we be having troubles in the background, yo. Our original guest speaker wasn't able to make it, so Miss Trina stepped up in a big way, yo. So I appreciate her so much for that. But yo, it's just a true testament that you could have one plan, but then a whole other plan is coming to take over your plans, and it's okay, yo. The show still goes on. We still move forward. But yo, we can't take not another step without getting our fave on here, yo. You already know how we do at 12 o'clock, yo. Miss Money Mo.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Savon said it the best, yo. Miss Money Mo be coming in clutch. Yes, yo. So much, yo. Like, for real.
It's no problem. Listen, y'all. We got to make it happen. Got to make sure our program stays consistent.
Right? Because if we stay dependent on people, yo.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right, y'all. It's all right. Because Miss Trina is great. And Miss Trina has always been great. And Miss Trina is the reason, I mean, y'all talked about the reason for the partnership, but Miss Trina is the reason that I'm even sitting right here. So I am very grateful to her.
You know what?
You
spill that tea real quick, please. Because Miss Trina is absolutely because you didn't even want to deal with us.
Yeah, okay. If anybody remember, I think I said a little bit on the first session, but Miss Trina is the one who would because I used to work at as a research assistant, y'all, like right around the corner from Miss Trina. Technically, I still do. That's another story. But anyway, but she used to come to my office, or we would be in staff meetings or whatever. She used to be like, "Oh, like, the YAB is meeting this Friday, or they're doing something downstairs, or they're right down." I think I was like one summer, y'all were like coming in and out of the building for the summer program and all that other stuff. So she would tell me where y'all were at all times, and I would just never go. I would just never go because, I don't know, I just never went. So I mean, I thought she was just let me know if I wanted to go or whatever. And then start Thriving Thursdays. This was at the beginning of Thriving Thursdays, y'all, before there was even a Thriving Thursdays. Miss Joni and Miss Trina were talking about how it's gonna be a thing, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll come." I don't think nobody believed me, but I actually did come. And I think either that Friday after or the next Friday after was a YAB meeting. I came to that, and then I went to other things, and then I just was at everything. So that's listen, Miss Trina is the reason, because she was so consistent in telling me exactly what was going on and when it was going on, and just other conversations that we've had too have just been valuable to me. So I appreciate her as just one of the motherly auntie figures in my life. So
yes. I love to see it, y'all. I love to see it. Thank you so much for that, y'all.
Of course.
Who you got knocking at this door, yo?
We're gonna pray about it. Huh?
You do it to yourself, y'all. I don't know why.
Listen, at this point, everybody should just say a quick prayer. And I'm for real. Don't play with the Lord. But I'm for real. Just say a quick prayer before my session, because I just never know what's about to happen. You plan things, it's fine. It's okay. Just let them on in. Oh, child. That's not what I thought. Hey.
Oh, this ain't what you signed up for.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
Say, Big 16. This ain't what you signed up for. Yo, the wrong people got your link.
Okay, it's fine. It's okay. I'm sorry. I should have just kept on rolling. I didn't know, but it's okay.
See, y'all, Dante invited me 15 minutes like before this, so I had minimal time to get ready.
Oh my God. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just don't tell that part. Just
It's not to get ready.
Jeez, like you don't have to expose all the things. We can't. All right, so let's set this up. Charlie, Uncle Charlie.
You could have just declined the invitation, yo.
It's okay.
You can't decline invitations, Miss Joni. Like,
it's okay.
We gonna make it work, y'all. We gonna make it work. Charles, did you wash your face this morning?
I just went in the bathroom and did all that.
Oh, okay, praise the Lord.
Dante, did you wash your face this morning? Okay, great. So Antonio talking about check my DMs. What?
Okay, Mr. Bond.
Yes, Mr. Bond. I met him. We met him for the first time in person.
Mr. Bond is so cool. I know.
I was so excited. I'm sorry, that's not what we're talking about. But Antonio, you don't even know what we're talking about today. But it's okay. I'm gonna send you the link. All right, y'all. We gonna have a good session. I need yes. I don't need thumbs up. I need yes. And you just
it's gonna be a cool little session. It's not gonna be la la loopsy like how it is.
Oh, right. You know, any session I'm on is amazing. So we're gonna be rocking out. You feel me?
Just don't make Miss Joni use her sticky notes or her inhaler.
Oh, I got it right here. I'm ready for you.
All right, y'all. All right. Opening question. What are 3 things that are on your bucket list? 3 of them. 3 things that are on your bucket list. Anybody can start as long as it's not me.
So I want to have my car by 16, which is in November. I want to I want to go skydiving, and another thing would probably be like maybe like one of them little shark cages, you know, where they had the sharks all around them and they in the cage. That would be a cool thing to do.
All right.
For me, if you know me, like I want a pet alligator. So having like a big tank of alligators, not like a tank, but like a pool, like in my backyard a little bit. Having like some pet alligators. I would say like swim with the dolphins because like they got that in the Bahamas and I want to go so bad. So it's like going to the Bahamas and swim with the dolphins. And the third one, I want to buy my mother a house before she get older age because it's like I don't want her living in public housing no more. After this, listen, after I turn 18, trust and believe. Trust and believe.
All right. Thank y'all for sharing those. Those are some good ones. Those are definitely some good ones.
Why Miss Joni not sharing?
Well, I don't really have a bucket list. I mean, it's some things that I want to do, but I don't have a bucket. My bucket list has been completed. Like I'm old. Y'all gotta remember
the new one.
I'm old.
If you completed everything on your list, you make a new one.
Like I'm old, but you know what? What Big 16 talked about, like being in the cage, going shark diving. I wouldn't mind doing that. I think you can only do it in certain beaches in California, though. But I wouldn't mind doing that. I also wouldn't mind doing the parachute diving down like the mountains or something like that. I wouldn't mind doing that. And bungee jumping from a hot air balloon, but they got to figure out how to do it with like a waist harness and not the ankle, because with the ankle you can snap your neck, and that's what I don't want. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Listen, sounds fun. If I snap, what you call my neck, trust and believe. Guess who getting sued?
Nobody, because you got to sign paperwork that's like thicker than buying a house.
like a waiver.
No, yeah, nobody's getting sued. You just did.
Oh man.
But part of the thing is making sure that you got a will in place. What's up, Mr. Barnett?
Hello there.
A will? Is that what you said? To make sure you have a will in place?
Yeah, these places don't be playing. I mean, I've only been skydiving. I haven't jumped from the hot air balloon. It's a place in Virginia that you can do it from, but I don't want to be strapped by my ankle. I would want a waist strap. I don't know what they playing.
Are they? Are they playing? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. That stresses me out. Bungee jumping stresses me out, the whole thing. Because I just think of it as a huge rubber band. And you know how many rubber bands have popped in my hands? So that's how.
This industrial, yo. This industrial. This ain't popping.
Okay. I'm just saying. Y'all ever seen the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Where that lady's husband or fiance or whoever, he went bungee jumping and he said, "Will you marry?" and hit the ground. I'm just saying.
They didn't up
there. And then Hillary was all upset. I remember that.
Yeah. I think he said, "Will you marry me?" or "I love you" or something, but he ain't get the rest of the sentence out. That was the end.
He wasn't up far enough.
Anyway, welcome, Antonio. Welcome, Antonio. Do you know the question for the day?
Yes, I do. Unlike usually. Name.
Okay.
So I'm supposed to name 3 things on my bucket list, correct?
Correct.
All right. So like, do they all have to be serious or?
I mean, try me. Go ahead.
All right, you did this to yourself. Let me see.
Wow. Okay.
First thing, let me see. I wanna, I wanna do better with my money, even though I'm doing pretty immaculate right now. You know, I feel like I could do a little better. Um, Second thing, I wanna be a little more social. I wanna be a little more social. Third thing, even though I already have a lot, I need like 2 more. Like I need like 2 bins of bonnets to add to my collection. I feel like then I feel like then I'd be like a complete person. Right now I don't feel complete until I get them 2 bins worth.
Normalize the man with the bonnet. Hello. Okay. Listen. Do it. I'm with it. Do it.
Yo, we got a money bonnet, yo.
Hold up, listen. If I make my own bonnet company, y'all all better buy it, but don't expect no discounts from me.
Oh,
that's right.
Oh, you ain't about to get no sales just off of that attitude. You ain't gotta say that. You just say, yo, I'm gonna post my price list.
Hey, I'll give y'all $1.50 off. That's the best I could do for you.
Okay, no, serious question though. Serious question. There are a lot of people, like, because they're for your friends or family or whatever, they say like, can I get 25% off? Can I get 50% off? How do you properly deal with that? That's a serious question.
How would I properly deal with that?
Yeah, anybody. Well, okay. Yeah. How would you deal with that, Antonio? Don't say you can answer too. And Miss Joni, I would like for you to answer as well. And Charles, you can answer if you have experience with that.
I'm gonna do the serious answer first. If they really
only the serious answer. That's good. Thank you.
You cornered me, but okay. So if they really support my business, then they really won't ask for a discount because if they really support it, they'll respect the grind that I'm trying to pursue. So it's like if they really like what I'm doing, they won't ask for a discount. But I mean, if I have enough to spare, which I most likely will, because I am the bonded man, I don't mind giving a discount because they family. And then it's like, especially if they help me build on the business, then yeah, most definitely they can get a discount. But other than that, no, not really.
Okay. Oh, Dante, ready. Well, he was. I don't know where he went. Dante, you with us? Uh-oh. Okay, Miss Johnny.
Well, I just got a different perspective because I've been in the game for a little while now. So my perspective is you got to set your price based off of the type of clientele and customers you want. You don't want broke customers and people that's asking for a discount and people that's not willing to spend what it is. One thing that we know about consumers is that people will prioritize what they want. So as long as you make a great product and you marketing it to the right people, you won't have to worry about the riff-raff customers that come through. And when people are asking for discounts and stuff like that, like, yo, you either raise your price to meet it if you don't want to have that uncomfortable conversation, or you just kindly say, no, or whatever your discount policy is. Like if you give me 5 referrals, then you get a discount, or after your 10th purchase or something like that, then you get a discount. But like, no, and don't ever be the cheapest in the game either, because then that says a lot about the quality in your business. So you gotta do a little bit of research and put your price somewhere like right in the middle starting out, because most quality customers they buy.
For me, because this definitely just happened, 2 days ago. So my cousin, she had asked, like, what did I have for like my business or whatever, and I was like, I got this, and I had to explain it to her. So she was like, oh, I should get a discount because we blood. I'm like, that doesn't mean anything. I said, if you're buying something from my website, then yeah, you can get a discount. But if you just buying it from me in hand, like I can't do that. So she was like, but we cousins though, and all this and all that. I'm like, blood family, like y'all gonna like kind of like stop me from making my profit order, because it's like I can't give you, like I can give you a discount if you was purchasing something on the site like my website, because I do have a website or whatever. But she was like, oh, I should get this and I should get that, it should be a bundle for this amount of money. I'm like, it doesn't work like that. It don't work like that. And she got mad, and I was like, I mean, that's customer service for you right there. So I low key left it alone after that.
Um, so I feel like if I did have a business and somebody was asking me for a discount, I feel like that's disrespectful. You should respect me enough to buy at the price that I set it at. Don't be asking me like, because I got a cousin who be cutting hair and then they be trying to get free haircuts off of him and stuff, and they be like, why don't you just go down to a shop and pay for it? Like that don't make sense. I mean, I don't cut him because he messed up my hairline one time. I don't get it cut because he pushed it back. So I was like, yeah, I support you in your business, but he do a real good job now. That was back when he was first starting, but I still don't go to him though. So I don't be getting free haircuts from him, but some people do be trying to get free haircuts from him because they family and stuff. And I feel like if you really are trying to support the business, don't buy it at a discounted price. I mean, unless it's like their discount that they setting, because like Dante said, they losing out profit, and you're really not helping the business at all trying to get a discount. You're really making them lose money because another customer could have bought that at a better price. So that don't really make sense.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, thank y'all for y'all perspectives. I guess I'll give mine just slightly because I used to do hair, and I feel like honestly, and this is, I guess this would be like a don't shortchange yourself or whatever. I remember the first like full head of braids that I ever did, like just like this. I only charged $25 because it was my first time doing somebody's whole head, and I didn't know. Like I knew I could do them on myself, but I didn't know if I could like for real do them. So it was $25, which is like, you know anything about hair and how long it takes and all of that. That is horrible. Like it's a horrible price. But even when I did go up a little bit, I don't remember charging anybody more than $100 again, which is shortchanging like the actual price, because if y'all know anything about hair,
That's
box
200 plus.
braids, what you say?
Yeah, that's like 200 plus.
Yup. You can charge like, around that 180 kind of thing. Now people go based off of size and length and amount of hair, if you bring your own hair, if you don't. types, so faux locks, butterfly locks, like all of that other stuff. So people are out here charging like $400 to get some hairstyles, and I was only charging like 80, 80, 90 or something like that. So yeah, nobody had to ask me for a discount because they were already severely discounted. They were like, "You only charge 80," and it wasn't like my work was bad either. So
Was it a family member hair?
I did some family members, but some were not family members.
They was getting over. They was probably happy. They was like, "Girl, I know this person will do it for $25." I was like, "Man,
I know. So yeah, no short changes. So I'm sorry, we went off on a tangent because I just wanted to know the answer to that question. But go back real quick. So Megan said, jump out of a plane, swim with dolphins. Those are good. Alicia. I met you this weekend. It was nice to meet you. Go to the Maldives. Wanna get a car and go scuba diving. That's on mine. I really want to go scuba diving. I think I belong in the water. I probably should have been a mermaid. Let me see. I'm for real. Y'all laughing.
How you meet Alicia and I didn't know?
I met Alicia. I think. Listen, Granny Project. That's again a different story because I changed my delivery route and I didn't know what I was signing up for. That thing went up. Okay, I used to have 3 deliveries. Cool. It was over. Now it's like 8.
Yo.
And I was like, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. It's okay. Of course, I don't mind. I don't mind. Josh said 1, jump out of a plane, 2, swim with sharks, and 3, go to college. Okay, all right. I'm going to read one more. And then Kai said, go on an African safari, travel to at least 5 different countries, and fly in an airplane or a helicopter. All right. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for answering the question. I appreciate you. Dante, what are we talking about today?
All right. So what we talking about is we talking about career pathways. I'm gonna start. Well, I'm not gonna start off with a question, but my question for everybody that's on here, everybody that's in the chat, like, what's your career pathway? Like, what y'all want to do if y'all was either go to college, a trade school, even like a CCE program that's at your school? Like, what do you want to like socialize in?
So I do go to a trade school. I go to Mervo. So my trade right now is computer science. So I plan on having a career field. I plan at my career field. I plan on doing computer science. And I do plan on going to college. Like I want to go to like Howard or Morgan State because Howard is out of state, so then I got to pay out of state tuition. Because I don't know how a scholarship will happen because this virtual school year. I don't. So I don't know how a scholarship would happen, but if it did happen, I'll be really grateful and appreciative of it. But yeah, I plan on going to college, and then after my first 4 years, I plan on getting a job, and then during my job going back. So like after college, I plan on like getting on my feet and stuff, like having like an apartment and things like that, and then going back for my master's. Then after that, I have a field in computer science, and they supposed to make like 120 something a year, something like that. So that'll be cool, and it's fun doing it. So I always want to make sure like what I'm doing is something I want to do because then I'm gonna be going there like depressed. I'm getting up, and I'm like, oh, I really want to get up and do this. So it's like you always want to do something that you're gonna love in life, not something that you're gonna make a lot of money from because the money gonna follow you if you're doing what you love. Like you just gotta do what you gotta do. Do what makes you happy because life is short. So yeah, that's what I plan on doing in my career. And yep.
Well, like I was talking to Miss Jones.
Hey.
Charles, you don't gotta say something.
Bonnie covered up his connection. Dang.
I guess we can go into until he come back. For me, I want to do EMT. Like I do go to Vivian T or whatever. And Vivian T is a medical school.
Wait.
Oh,
Hold on.
my bad. Go no. Go ahead.
All right. So like I was saying,
Okay.
so like I was talking to Miss, like I told Miss Joni about this like Saturday, but like I wanna pursue like my dream of drawing an animation. Cause like while we was like not a long story, but like short story, we was like talking about it, and then like I can't remember his name, but like the guy that was on the grill, he was like he asked me like what I like doing, and I said I want to pursue drawing and animation. And I was like one day I want to be able to draw and like animate like heart smiles. But it's like I have to I can draw, but I want to get into animation like as soon as possible, ASAP, respectfully. So it's like if I can go to a school like that, if I want to go to a school that can help me with that. So like when I get the chance, like next year I'm gonna go to Baltimore Design School and see if like they can help me with like that dream of mine.
Yo, Big 16, y'all need to connect in with Miss Lori because y'all working on the animation video for Community Immunity. And those are animators.
Right. Cause you can also go to BSA. I think it's Baltimore School for the Arts. You can learn there, and you can talk to Miss Lori, and she can connect you with some of the people who are doing the animation, and you can learn from them. Um, uh, yeah, you can do that. And Photoshop, I know Photoshop has some things that you can do with animation. Um, you can make YouTube videos out of it, like kind of start like with little videos, and eventually you're gonna get better. So, like if you actually want to do it and you put the time and work into it, you can do it. So go to like the classes to learn because Miss Lori gonna get you the connection, but then when you're doing it on your own too, it's just gonna propel you even more forward. So you can't depend all on her, but she can get you in the door. So
Most definitely. That's the move. Watch. Y'all gonna see me next time y'all see me, y'all gonna be well not y'all physically, but y'all drawing gonna be on the TV. Watch. I promise you not. Watch.
Yes, we love to see it. Hey, but where you going? Like, I mean, you ain't gotta tell us
I'm
where
not
you going, but I
I'm going
can't see
to
your
be
face
fake.
anymore. Huh?
Oh
It's
man.
okay. It's all right.
Y'all
It's all right.
It's
can
giving very much. Look, I'm on
face anyway.
TV.
All right. Thank you, Charles, for sharing your journey, and then thank you, Antonio, for sharing. Thank you, Antonio, for sharing your journey. I don't know. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Hey,
That's really cool. What happened?
it is. It is
That's
though.
really cool. Yeah, like I haven't heard somebody say they want to be an animator. Like I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that. So like that's really cool. And that's a field that's always around. Because you see how many like cartoons and animations and just like videos and promo and all of that that's put out. So you always want to have a job. So that's good. That's good. Dante, did you want to share?
Yeah. So like I was saying, like I go to Vivian T and it's a CTE school and it's all about medical. So it's like dental, EMT, biomedicine, well biomedical, medical health science. Like if you want to become like a doctor, a nurse, like a RN or something like that. We got all that at my school. And I had saw like my schedule or whatever, and I had put down like my first choice as dental and my second one EMT, but it's like not every time that you get your first choice or like your first pick. So I looked at my schedule and it said EMT. So I was like, I don't want to know if I don't know if I want to do this or not. But since I took previous EMT classes or whatever, I had to I was like I'm just suck it up. I could take it like my 11th grade or my 12th grade year. So like I want to do EMT or whatever. EMT we make a pretty good penny. I ain't gonna lie, it's a pretty good penny. But I was also thinking like with EMT, you don't always have to go to college. You can go to a trade school for 2 to 3 years and get your certification. And I had Ms. Johnny, I had hit up Dr. Mo about that. And she told me as soon as I get my certification, let her know because I could get in John Hopkins with the quickness. So I was like, most definitely or whatever. So with that, so after I got done with like my EMT or whatever, we still like you can take like a dual like enrollment like 2 classes at once or whatever. So once I like because like you have like a set amount of time so like you can like pass one of your classes or like after school curriculum you can do like another trade. So after like my after school curriculum, I was going to do dental because my school counselor she told me that I could do it or whatever. I was going to like do dental like the one that focus on like braces like an orthodontist because they make a pretty penny as well. Orthodontics, people that do veneers, and they make some money. So that's what I was going to do. In the college, I wanted to like try and attend is Morehouse. Morehouse is a medical school, and everybody keep telling me like because Chelsea had told me Spelman is like right here, Clark is right here, and then Morehouse is literally like right across the street. And I heard something they were talking about like the Spelman girls like sometimes they'd come over to Morehouse and take their classes and stuff. So I was like that sounds cool, but like I wanted to go to either Morehouse or Virginia State University. That's my two top schools right there.
Okay.
I
Listen.
respect it. I respect the grind.
Yeah, I could see you as a Morehouse man, Dante. I definitely could. I
And then I
definitely
want to
could.
join a fraternity too. Like I want to join a
Wait,
fraternity.
aren't fraternities those things that give you those jackets and then you have to go through those seminars or something?
Hey, listen, I'm not about to say nothing about none of that because
Seminars, y'all.
I don't want to
however,
get myself caught up because it's probably a campus sending these comments. So you would never know what it is.
it's a
I only
parent on
I
somebody.
I only say that because I watch mad movies and I don't know what I've seen is completely accurate.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say too much. I just know from what I've seen too. I like to let people who are in those organizations talk about those organizations because that's just the better route to go. That's
Because if
just the
you
better
forget
route.
something, you do something that's in part of the fraternity. Oh, you will get trust and believe. But I
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
went
So
to
maybe
Lincoln
we can.
University one time, and they was in like how Lincoln University like they got like that big old circle in the middle, and like you can either walk to like that part. It's a big circle, and it was like you can't stand in the circle because it was for the fraternities or the sorority brothers and sisters. So it's like if you step on there and you go to any HBCU, they're gonna tell and they're gonna swear on you or something like that. It was a lot. It's a lot of college rules and with fraternity and sororities. I can
Yeah.
say.
See, that's
See,
why
that's
we
too much
just go. We just
responsibility.
Yeah, we're gonna see if somebody who's in one of those organizations would like to speak about it. I think last year when we had the whole post high school week, there were some people that were part of those organizations that talked about those things. I don't know where it's at. I don't know what day it's at, but it's in there somewhere. So if y'all find it, y'all should definitely watch it because that was a good session. I don't know. Maybe we'll try to get somebody on this season too. But yeah, I'm not about to talk about it because I'm not trying to. Nah, I'm not getting caught up in none of that. So, but those are really beneficial organizations when it comes to just like giving back to your community and like scholarships and things like that. They do some really good work. So I will say that. Miss Jordan, did you want to either talk about your journey, ask anything, or say anything?
Well, I mean, I didn't know what I wanted to do. Like, I just knew that I didn't want to be poor. So, like, that was it for me. So, luckily, when I was at McDonald's and then Comcast, somebody noticed that I just had natural leadership talent, and they were able to put me in spaces where I could use that. But I didn't know what I wanted to be. I just knew poor was not an option.
I gotcha. All right, all right. For me, I wanted to be a lot of different things. I wanted to be a lot of different things. I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be a fashion designer. I wanted to be a marine biologist. I wanted to be a veterinarian. I wanted to be a lot of different things. And shout out honestly to my parents for even like just entertaining that, right? Because I think a lot of times, that doesn't I don't know. I'm grateful to them for even because like what? Why am I like in the fourth grade or like middle school talking about I want to be a marine biologist? Like I don't even know where that came from. But I told y'all I was supposed to be a mermaid, probably. So that kind of makes sense. Um, but yeah, so then we got to veterinarian. I think I told a little bit about it, but I'm gonna just say it again for the purpose of what we're talking about. I want to be a veterinarian, majored in biology. Mm, that is not for the weak, y'all. That is not for the weak. If y'all want to do those biomedical sciences, engineering, biology, chemistry, all of that, it's absolutely doable. You just have to make sure, like Charles alluded to, like you have to make sure you love what you're doing, because I did not love that. Like that was not a love of mine. So all the calculus and the chemistry and the bio and all of that, you need to really love it. That's all I'm saying. Especially if you are a woman. And I'm going to speak from that too, because that is a male dominated field. And I experienced some things. If y'all want to know about it, I will, I'll share one experience. But I experienced some things as being like a woman in that particular space. So yeah, and being black too, because I was at a PWI. So being black and a woman, sometimes it's just like not a good look. Miss Tony can probably talk about it, but yeah. All right. So Dante, take it away.
I saw some comments. They was floating, but I had took a picture of them. Taylor Phillips said she wanted to work in the forces field. I think that's like criminal, like homicide kind of thing. I believe.
Oh,
If not
forensics. Yep.
yeah, forensics. Yep. She said she wanted to work in that, and I feel like that's a good spot to be honest. Like it's not a lot of well, it is a lot of females in that field, but I don't see a lot of males in like the medical field or the homicide field, because it's like it's real easy for males to get either shot, killed, murdered, anything all in one. It only take 2 words, pow pow, you're done. And it's like like you it's a lot, and I feel like that should be talked about more, because it's like that's why Miss Joni hard on the boys more than she's on the girls. But I can say the boy, it haven't been a lot of boys on her cutout list, y'all. I'm trying to tell you, it was mainly girls, but we're not gonna speak on that. But um, that's definitely. Dylan told me said he wanted to work on his current sport. I don't know what that's what was, so I don't know if I can touch on that a little bit. Naeem, as usual, he said engineer or computer IT or automotive body repair. I can see that
Okay.
on you, Naeem, because you always computer IT, Mister Tech Guy, Mister Elaborator. Um, and Josh said Plan A is engineering, and Plan B is plan and tech and develop, and Plan D is game design. I feel like if you want to do a game design, I ain't doing no self promo, because it is a little dry, Just I have my noodles was yesterday, but not my noodles, my food was yesterday, Miss Mo. You know what I'm talking about. But
Child.
join Tech Tuesdays, okay? If you want to like do like a game design, hit up Naeem, Charles, or something like that, because they can help you. I mean, I created a somewhat of a game on code.org when I was in school, and it didn't come out the way how I wanted it. But yeah. Um Another thing that I wanted to talk about, like the EMT part, it's not a lot of males. Because I had to take an EMT class to like before I got the chance to put in like my opportunity to get into the EMT part. It was mainly females. It was only a cool 5 boys, and the rest of them in the rest it was like 18 girls, and it was like we had a 2 week training, and those 2 weeks we had basically like somebody had to go on the top floor, and we had to go bring a stretcher to the top, not a stretcher, but like a gurney to the top floor, strap him in, neck brace, all that, and bring him downstairs within the next 5 minutes. So it was like half of those 18 girls was gone because they was joking around, playing and everything. And I'm like, being an EMT is like no joking matter. And it was like, we also had like an EMT truck. So we had like our instructor, because he obviously got his license, of course. He had to basically, we were riding around in a parking lot. And whether if we're riding around in the parking lot, we'll take it down the street, we'll take it back up the street, and like we get out of school, we're riding in front of the school just in case. They'd be like, "Oh, who's on the truck today?" And it'd be like, "Oh, I'm on the truck," or "This girl on the truck." So like half of those 18 girls got broken down. So it was like the 18 girls was not. It's not even girls anymore. It's probably like 2 girls and 5 boys because half of those girls wanted to play around. So it's like my teacher, since I wouldn't say like I'm a captain of like the EMT part, but it's like once once I figure out it's like a problem or something like that, my leadership or whatever, I'ma tell my teacher and he'll like bring into consideration like how teachers or principals be like, oh, this like we get our jacket took or like a button took off our jacket just in case you wanted to play around. So like I got all my buttons, but half of the people don't. So it's like, how can I help you get your buttons so you can kind of sort of be sworn in? Because we got a march that we have to do on pet rallies. We gotta sing the it's the it's a lot. It's definitely a lot. And then like they say like EMT, you don't have to be like sworn in or anything like that, but you do though. You do. It's a lot. But yeah. Anybody else want to talk about that career path, Charles, Mr. Bunnyman?
Well, like I said,
We got 3 minutes.
oh yeah, we do. So like, don't worry about that. So does anybody want to go for the rest of the 3 minutes?
No, that means you gotta drop your jewel.
I would prefer to go last.
I don't think.
Oh my goodness.
I think you gotta go first, Antonio, and then
What? Oh my god.
and then
Y'all
Dante
did this
gotta
to
go.
me.
Okay, can I say one quick thing before we do this? I'm gonna say one quick thing. Whatever y'all want to do, it may change. Definitely, your path may change as you discover more about yourself. But whatever you want to do, literally Google it. Like, just Google it. Just see what comes up. Because a lot of times there's a whole list of kind of steps that you should take. Mind you, everybody's path is different, but it's like a generic list of things and steps and classes and credits and people that you can talk to and things like that, and money, scholarships, grants, all of that you can apply for to get to complete, your dream job, your dream career, your dream path. So just make sure you do that. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's do Jules. I'm really trying not to look at it. I'm trying not to bring it up. However, this name is killing me. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm going first. All right.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Quick bond. Quick Jewel. People. People who are actually smart enough to want to change the future are people who actually end up changing the future.
That's a good
That's
one.
mine.
I guess I'll go second. Don't sit down and wait for the opportunities to come. Get up and make them come your way. Because there's a lot of opportunities out here. That's my joke. Charles.
All right. My jewel is education is elevation. So even if you don't want to pursue college or go to a trade school or whatever, don't stop learning because learning is what makes you get better. You don't always have to learn from a teacher. You can learn. As Joni said something, she said when she going to a school, the first person she talked to was the janitor. The janitor don't be having they don't gotta have the biggest degrees or nothing like that, but they know everything because they be in the back. I'm not gonna say creeping or nothing because that's a little weird, but they see everything. So you can learn from the you don't always gotta learn from the person with the most. You can learn from anybody as long as you listening. So education is elevation, so stay learning. So that's my truth.
All right. Thank y'all for coming today. Anthony, you got something you want to say?
All right. I have one. This is a real small, quick question. All right. So
Okay.
when I do leave this call, Miss Joni, can you please shortly tell them how I was doing my dance before you end this after our lunch break? You gotta tell them about my dance before you end this for the lunch break. That's
Your
all I
dance is
ask.
posted, y'all. It's posted.
No, not that. You gotta tell them how funny. Just a short story of how funny I was that day. and then I will leave a happy
Funny, I
man. That's
was
all I
like
ask
that.
for you.
He's very comedic, y'all. When we do our Heart Smiles Wild and Out session, because we got to do a Wild and Out session, he definitely got to be like on one of the teams because he is very funny. And yes, his little dance was cute.
All right, I can leave happy now. I love all y'all. Bon Qui Von Bonnet. You already know who it is.
See you, Mr. Bonnet.
All right, y'all.
Bye,
Thank
y'all.
you.
See y'all.
Wait,
See you, Big
okay, no
Sexy.
juice for me. See you later.
Yo, yes, do your jewel, Miss Money Mo.
Yo,
Come
he
on, man.
trying to kick me off.
Bye, y'all.
Okay, don't get discouraged if your past doesn't look like somebody else's. That's it. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Love y'all.
Yeah,
Bye.
see y'all. Bye. Yo, great session, y'all. And shout out Mr. Barty, yo. Shout out Tizzy Tay. Shout out Big 16. Yo, y'all already know Miss Money Mo. Yo, already do it, yo. But yo, look, go ahead. Take your break. After you take your break, take your lunch. And I will see y'all back here at 2:00, yo. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Yo, I hope y'all had a great break. I hope somebody had a good lunch break. Can y'all believe our work day is almost over? Like, oh my gosh. I know y'all get tired of hearing me say this, but this do not feel like work. Work should not be this fun, y'all. But look, y'all know how we do on Mondays, the last session, y'all. Know your rights. We about to get our people on here, y'all, and get this thing started, y'all. Pratt Star.
Hey,
What's up? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. How are you?
Good, good. I'm blessed. I can't complain at all. Definitely looking forward to what we got going on. Should we bring your guests on?
Yes. And I want to say I'm a little sad because this is our last session for the summer. So,
Yo,
yeah.
this the last one, yo. Y'all don't got one next Monday.
No, I mean, we probably can, if we can, we probably could do like a wrap up of how everybody feel about it. If we can.
Dang. We gonna
Yeah.
say, well, all right. Well, either way, y'all did an amazing job. Like, and all of the sessions have been very relevant. The conversations have been amazing. So, thank you and the team for putting in all the work to make these sessions happen.
All right. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, you went out for just a second, but you back though.
Yeah. Because where I'm at, y'all, it's kind of, Wi-Fi kind of iffy. So if y'all hear something or I go out, that's because, yeah,
Uh,
that's why.
oh, hold up, your partner with you today. Okay, Mother General, what's up? Can you hear?
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
What's up? We good. You got that 16 glow. Happy belated birthday. Y'all know he just
Thank you.
celebrated 16 years young.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Of
Um,
course.
did you do the introduction already, Zion? Or
No, I was waiting on y'all. Do we
Uh,
have any more
is the
guests?
other person here?
yeah, let's get y'all guys.
All right, we got to get the
Hi,
next guest. Hold up.
Hey, I don't even want to mess your name up.
it's Lucienne.
Miss Lucette, how you doing? So nice to
Good.
meet you. Thank you for being here with us today.
You're very welcome. I'm happy to do it. Thanks for inviting me.
Of course, these sessions have been so amazing.
Did Mar drop off? Oh,
My
okay.
Wi-Fi been crazy today, y'all. But hey, everyone. We just waiting for one more person. But today our topic is disability. So I don't think y'all know this. I'm just gonna say it. But today's our last session today, guys. Because you first right in y'all like next week. I think next week, right?
Yep, now more
Mm.
days.
So yeah, this is our last session today, and today's topic is disability and mental illness, which is a very important topic to talk about because I have a story to share. I'm not disabled myself, but I have witnessed a lot of things that happened that was unfairly to other disabled people. So yeah, but we can get into it. First, we'll introduce her. Oh, all right, got it. All right. So first, I'd like to introduce Naeem. I'm pretty sure that everybody know Naeem, but so Naeem Adams is. Can y'all see me?
Yes. Hey, Mr. Elaborator.
Okay. Naeem Adams is 16 years old and is an upcoming sophomore at Edmondson Westside High School. He's a member of Heart Smiles and operates his own small business called Red Alpha Phone Repairs. Naeem Adams is joining us to speak about his thoughts on disability rights and his experience as an autistic person.
Yes, and now we have Miss Parsley. She is the legal director for the Disability Rights of Maryland. I'm a nonprofit law firm and the state's designated protection and advocacy organization for persons with disabilities. She had been there for more than 19 years. DRM, sorry, is part of the National Network of Disability Rights, legal services, and organizations that serve to champion the rights to persons with disabilities, to full inclusions in the community, in voting, transportation, fair housing, decriminalization of disability, provision of mental health services in the prison, access to health care, nursing home reform, and monitoring and investigating of abuse, neglect, and of rights of violation. Ms. Lucen has graduated from Johns Hopkins University with a bachelor's degree in political science and have a master's degree from George Washington and her GD from University of Maryland. So thank you all for joining us today and welcome.
Yes, and then you got us, y'all amazing facilitators, me, Marquay Knox, aka Mother General, and then you got Zion. That was my big sister like 3 days ago, but now we the same age now, so it's good. Okay.
My
We both
birthday
16 now,
it's
so
my birthday is coming and I'm gonna be 17, so let's not.
but we the same age now. So thank you for joining us. Like, we really appreciate it. This is our last session together, and we just really appreciate y'all coming on. This topic is so important, so let's get into it. Would you like to give them the brief trigger warning, Zion?
Yes, so as y'all know, every session we give a trigger warning of things that can possibly be personal that we talk about or triggering to each other. So again, if you need time to regroup yourself, things to that, just let us know and things of that nature. And just remember to have an open mind when it comes to this conversation. And yeah, so Mar.
Okay, y'all can't hear me. All right, so first question: how should discrimination against people with disabilities and mental illness be addressed?
Do you want me to answer first, or do you want Naeem to take it first?
Y'all can both answer it.
Okay, Naeem, do you want to jump in, or would you rather I did it first?
I was gonna answer first, but can you repeat it again? You said how discrimination is against mental health or something similar.
Yeah, so how discrimination basically how discrimination against people with disabilities and mental illness be addressed?
That's a good question. Like people like myself, I was diagnosed with autism and stuff like that. And my kind be always discriminated and stuff like that. It's how we address it. It's like we don't really be trying to address it with negativity. It's like most of the time we don't even have people to call on if we want to address it. We don't even always have our support system. It's like we always be left alone because most of the time when I was bullied for being autistic, I couldn't even really have people to call on besides the teacher. But she couldn't really do as much but call other people to get me to replace me in different classes, which it wasn't the best idea. So yeah, I feel like things if you within school wise, I feel like if you're actually getting discriminated by other people for your what you're diagnosed with, I feel like you know the principal should get at the bottom of it as soon as possible because if that don't happen, she's things is going to get.
Okay. Should I jump in?
Yes.
So I think I really liked everything Naeem said, and I think people need to know their rights. A lot of times, especially in the disability context, people don't necessarily know. So I think that's the first policy, that people should know their rights and become their own best advocates if they have a disability, because for too long, I think other people have spoken for people with disabilities rather than encouraging them to stand up for themselves. So I think that's really important, teaching people their rights. Certainly equal opportunity which can mean different things in different settings, because, you know, disabilities can take so many forms. You can have physical disabilities, mental disabilities, emotional, all kinds. So, you know, equal opportunity could look like, you know, a ramp to get into a building, or being allowed to use the elevator, or it can be something like having extra time to finish something, or having someone to assist you with taking notes. It can be so many things. Certainly, I think people should presume competence of people with disabilities, because I think a lot of times people think some people with disabilities can't do things. And part of that is seeing people with disabilities. So they should be not sent away to special schools or special workplaces. They should be part of, you know, everybody's daily life. They should be, I think that's what I've found that most people with disabilities want. And by doing that, you teach your peers, those without disabilities, that people with disabilities are mostly just like them. You know, they may need a reasonable accommodation right here, here and there, but, you know, it's about acceptance and tolerance, and giving people accommodations so that they can have the same opportunities as everybody else.
Yeah, and a lot of people get born with disabilities, and I feel like a lot of people, just because they disabled, they look at them as like animals, or like, you know, not human. And I feel like I have a big problem with that, because I know that back in middle school, if a disabled person were to come in our classroom, everybody would start screaming, or like running away from them, and playing tag with them as they like was some type of zombie or something like that, which is not cool at all. So yeah, like it been like I definitely agree with both of y'all. Naeem, I have seen it, like people get bullied because they were disabled, or something was mentally wrong with them. So yeah.
So, doctor, can I ask a quick question real quick? Like, so then why in schools do they separate people then? Because I agree with exactly what you said, but it's just not clicking with what I see happening like in real life.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the law says that students with disabilities should be educated in the least restrictive environment that is appropriate for their needs. So, you know, in most cases, that should be the general classroom with supportive services. I think lots of schools don't have sufficient supportive services available for people. There are times when, just like Mar said, you know, people are bullied or not treated well. And I think that causes parents to be really, really protective and say, my son or daughter needs to have a special school, or, you know, rather than putting the services we need and, you know, to the supports people need to be taught with their peers, with people who are don't have disabilities. It's really unfortunate. I think some school systems do a better job with this than others, though.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because I remember when I didn't really get into it with a teacher, but I had a debate where I think it wasn't fair that they lowered people with disability standards or whatever, because I get like they have special needs, but in my point of view, I feel like they should get the same treatment as us, because if I'm doing the same project and put the same amount of work, why are they getting above a grade than I am because of their expectations? I wouldn't say it's lower, but mine is higher, if that makes sense. But I feel like it should be on the same scale and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But my next question for Ms. Parsley is, what is this, what is qualified as a disability or mental illness?
What is it? So I think there's a legal definition of what is a disability, and then there's sort of a clinical or medical, you know. So under, for example, the Americans with Disabilities Act, the definition is any impairment that significantly impacts one or more life activities. So that could be, you know, seeing, walking, talking, hearing, caring for yourself. So if you have an impairment that impacts one or more major life activities significantly, that makes you a person with a disability. So then you have sort of the clinical stuff. So I think you had asked specifically about mental illness. Is that right? Yeah. And I think, mental illness generally refers to impairments in like behavior, emotion, or thinking that cause distress or that impact people's ability to function, as opposed to like a developmental disability, which it has to do with people's ability to learn or understand. Sometimes it affects things like social functioning or communication. So generally, if you have a mental illness, it doesn't have anything to do with your ability to learn, although people can have both types of disabilities. If that, Naeem, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, I would like to actually add. I completely understand where you're coming from, but it's like, you know, with the Baltimore public school system, with the schools I go to, like I went to public schools all my life. I've been in an environment where people didn't like with disabilities and stuff like that. People used to define having disorders with disability as of being special ed, something wrong with them. Excuse my language, but like being dumb, you know, and that's how they used to define it. But it's really not how it is. It's just that we was born with one extra trait, not only trait but gift and actually ability to do things. Because like how people like, I forgot what it's called, but like when you're diagnosed with this specific thing, you can actually like, my mother has it, like she can really read letters backwards, for real.
Dyslexia, yeah.
Yeah, my mother has it, like she can literally read letters backwards. But it's like my mother, she got like other stuff going on, like sickle cell, and she's like, I'm helping out a sick mother and stuff like that. So it's like I'm not alone. But at the same time, like within the schools, they should actually acknowledge like having a disability is not really a bad thing, to be honest. I bet, and the thing about it is, it's like when they making fun of a person with a disability, but if it's that family member or that friend, it would have been a different story, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, yeah. I love that you describe it that way. That there's gifts that go along with it, and this negative connotation to having a disability. It's not always like that in real life. That there's good and bad. Yeah, I think that's really important to say.
Yeah, sorry if y'all hear crying in the background, but I want to thank you for sharing your story, Naeem, with your mother and yourself. And that also falls into the next question when it says, what are some misconceptions people have about those with disabilities, disabilities and mental illness?
You want me to go, or
Miss Parsley can go first.
Okay, I'll be quick. So I think there are tons. I mean, Naeem mentioned, saying someone's dumb or that they can't do things is certainly a big one. A lot of the work I do has to do with the way police treat people with mental illness. And certainly there is a lot of biases saying that people with disability, if you have a mental illness, you're dangerous, that you deserve to be locked up, or that your behavior is going to be unpredictable. And I think the data really shows that someone with mental illness is far more likely to be a victim of crime than to be dangerous themselves. Naeem, you want to add anything to that?
I would most likely definitely see. One of the big misconceptions is, it's like they think since we quiet, people with disabilities and myself think, oh, we quiet, oh, we most likely would do something, or we going through something, or like you know we weird and something similar. Because I know my brother experienced the same thing. Mind you, he has autism, so it's like I only like, it's like me and him.
we go do the same thing, and we have conversations about this. It's like we can be quiet, and people be thinking something's wrong with us when we just don't like being socializing with other people, and it's that because we are autistic, we don't know what else we can do. Not everybody can actually be social, very social. It's okay to be antisocial. Like it's not easy for us to actually socialize with other people or look people in the eye. Stuff like more things into that. So that's one of the big misconceptions. So they think every time we quiet, oh, there's something wrong with us or weird with us. We're gonna do something wrong, which is not true.
Yeah, Naeem, I definitely agree because in middle school, it was this girl. She was autistic also, and she'll always like sixth grade through eighth grade. She was always in my classes. I was always the one to like help her out with work and things like that. And people like they will say something about me for helping her or whatever, and I'm like, I really don't have a choice, and I'm not about to sit up here and like not help her because she's autistic because y'all not perfect either. Y'all got little issues and things like that. So yeah, I definitely agree. Because it was the only way that I knew how to communicate with her, and she knew how to communicate with me. Because although my little sister is not autistic, most of y'all know Christian, she does not talk. She has not been diagnosed with autism and things like that. She'll only talk to me. So it's like I already knew how to handle things like that. And things like that. So Mar, you want to ask the next question?
You hear me now? Okay, great. So did people with disability and other people get the same treatment? So basically, like, you know how we like always separated from like different classrooms or different parts of the schools. Do you feel like we should all like basically come in one classroom, or eat lunch together? Because I know my old high school, we had to sit on like another side of the cafeteria while they sit like another side of the cafeteria, whatever. And some like disabled people or people that like have mental illness is very cool. So do you think we should like have the same treatment as far as like school or jobs and stuff like that?
Naeem, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was ready to go, but I thought Zion was gonna call on you to go first, but I'll take it. Um, I feel like everybody should come together. It don't matter if you have a disability or not or disorder. I feel like everybody should come together and just do not really like actually be cool with each other we like myself, it's like people without disabilities and stuff like that, like Zion said, they probably got stuff. They was probably born with something, like my mother's always said, we're not all perfect. So it's like, people that don't got the same treatment as me or diagnosed with the same thing as me, they'll probably make fun of me. But it's like they don't realize they got something going on too. So they gonna act like, oh, they the cool kids, or they too cool to hang with us. So it's like we want to be cool too. We want to hang out with y'all. Like y'all don't know how our personality is. Y'all might not know, or I'm cool that I'm not even really mean or nothing like y'all is. So it's like we actually want the same treatment. Like y'all cool with each other. Can y'all be cool with us with no judgment at all? Because we wouldn't judge you who you were, to be honest. So I feel like everybody should come together, but at the same time, most of it don't even work like that. Like people just so envious and don't know how to actually change that mindset. They don't know how to be optimistic about it.
Yeah, I've similar answer. I think overall people should definitely be together. When you look at it, a huge number of people in our country have disabilities. I think I saw something when I was preparing for this saying 1 in 5 people in the US has a major mental illness at some point in their life. Like the chances that you know someone with a disability are huge, right? Probably everybody knows someone with a disability. And so if we're going to exclude all those people, that is an enormous number of people. And I personally, I feel like we need all kinds of people in this world, you know, and we need to appreciate their gifts and what they bring. That being said, I do think there are some people whose disability is so significant, and it may just be for a short period of time, that they may need additional services or treatment, or and that may require, you know, additional, I don't know, staff or even you know, a different way of learning for a while. That it should not be the default, though. I think the default is that kids are educated alongside everybody else with their peers, because we want them to grow up and be part of the community with everybody else.
Thank you for that, and I definitely agree. Because it comes to people like when they grown up, it's like I know like somebody he's like 27, I think. Yeah, he's around that age, and he still live with his parents, and they take care of him and things like that. And I feel like it was just because our system, the Baltimore school system, didn't set them up to be around people, to socialize, and to speak up for themselves and take care for themselves. Even though like some disabilities can be more severe than others, but it's still a thing of them being treated like they're people, like they're us, and things like that. So that goes into the next question of like, what policies do you believe that should be put in place when it comes to people who have disabilities or mental illnesses?
Well, I think this was our first question, you know, and I think we talked about, you know, the fact that people need to know what their rights are. People need to be taught, you know, that they have rights and what they are, and have the support they need to demand their rights and to get them enforced. And that's partially what my organization was created for, to help champion people with disabilities for to have their rights enforced. You know, I definitely think that there needs to be advocates available to help people get their rights enforced. You know, there's lots of people who are, for example, suspended or expelled because of behavior that's part of their disability, rather than putting supports into place. And I think, you know, the policies really should be that kids get the services that they need to stay in their home schools and communities.
I would like to add on to that. I agree with you with the suspending part, because it's like, you know, you know, most schools they rather suspend people with disabilities rather than supporting them and stuff like that. Like in my personal opinion, yeah, you could like hold them accountable to a certain extent, because it could have been other ways to be handled. But if it was a serious situation and they couldn't get out of, when it comes to self defense, I'm not saying it's okay to fight back, but at the same time, it's going to be sometimes you don't even have no choice to defend yourself. And I've been there, and I've been there, and I've done it a lot of times. Like, and I only got suspended once, but it's like, because like I could have done better, but like every time, all the fights I've been through, it was just due to self defense, because I'm not the type of person that would like to start it and just run with it or act innocent. Like I don't mind taking accountability, but if it's a no choice situation, that's how it's going to be, and they don't understand that, because I remember somebody was keep recording me and taking pictures of me, and like it was this big girl. I'm not ready to get too like I'm not ready to get to describing, because yo was bigger than me, so it's like I kind of felt in a threatened way. So it was like she was recording me, she kept taking pictures of me or whatever. I got tired of it, so I took the hall monitor instead of trying to argue back or whatever. And then that's when he was telling me like like, yo, if she like, cause people, the harmonists know what I go through, so they be telling me like, hey, if she touch you or she do anything to you, you got every right to defend yourself. And I'm like, okay, cause like I'm not, look, when it comes to self defense, it's no hesitation. So like then she just started acting crazy, acting wild, was trying to fight me, yo was trying to fight me during lunch. All that, yo was really trying to really get to me, but I was standing to myself. So it's like I feel like people with disabilities just should like, it should be programs where what should they do in serious situations? Because like you said, they rather suspend them instead of supporting them. Because like I said before, if you're in a serious situation, like say example, you just got punched out of nowhere, and you just continually getting harassed. Like you don't have no choice to defend yourself by any means necessary. Because if you just tell it, you're still gonna try to actually harm you, and it may lead to death. So that's why I always trying to go to my the self defense class, stuff like that. So I feel like it should be a self defense class for people that have disabilities and stuff like that that could barely do anything.
I definitely agree, and people can be very cruel and very like nasty nowadays. And not only that, like it's just so much like that comes with like being disabled, and I can tell because the way they being treated and stuff like that. And it's the same thing with people that have behavior issues. Like it's stuff that goes on at home that the school do not know about, and a lot of kids like they go through a lot of things, and they take their anger out in school or they take their anger out on people because like not everybody come to school with the same all right, I'm gonna say this. All right, not everybody go home to the same place, and not everybody go to school with the same mind. So I feel like a lot of people just like use their anger and use everything that happens to them as like a way of basically coping with in school, like making people laugh or being a class clown or even being a bully sometimes because bully people. So yeah.
Well, the schools should be taking bullying very seriously. I know Baltimore City Public Schools has a really strong bullying policy. I think a lot of bullying does not get reported, but my understanding is that there's like very short timelines for responses and like very clear ways that the school has to report and respond. So definitely, I encourage people, if you're being bullied in school or people who are being bullied in school, report it, because I think that's their one way of holding them accountable for making sure that doesn't happen to people.
Doc, you talking about high school in Baltimore City?
Baltimore City Public Schools has a bullying policy with like short timelines for responding and who that has to be reported to, investigations that get done.
Wow.
I think a lot of times, people feel like, oh, it's useless, no one's going to do anything. But once it's reported, I mean, then at least you can go to Baltimore City, you can go like to North Avenue and say what happened with this, or, you can make more noise and it's in writing to follow up on if you're not getting the help that you need.
Never seen it work.
Yeah, I want to connect with you because like I was going through that, and I want to tell you my story when I reached out for help and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll to so the next question is, what does juvenile justice look like for the youth that have mental illness and disabilities?
What does it look like, or what should it look like? It should be that youth with disabilities have the right to ask for reasonable accommodations to their disability. So if they need something else, if they're, for example, engaging in behavior that is a symptom of their disability, perhaps they have anxiety or something, and they walk out of class because they need other time, they should not be getting suspended for leaving class when it's due to their disability. Certainly we see a lot of kids get suspended and expelled for reasons that have to do with their disability. There needs to be a whole lot more awareness of disabilities, I think, and what symptoms of disability are. But ultimately, I think some structural changes are needed in the school system and the way the school, enforces discipline on kids. Naeem, I'm sure you have lots of thoughts on this one, huh?
Most definitely. And I'm speaking from a black male perspective. First things first, I feel like you putting people with disabilities in juvenile is really not a good idea at all, because not only it brings anxiety, but it's like you bringing more the worst out of them. It's like you trying to help them, but at the same time you putting them in more the dangerous place where they didn't even want to be. That reminds of the times that they had to defend themselves, and now it's like now they feel like, oh, they in a prison, and they got to defend themselves at all times, be on point at all times, and all that. So I feel like people with disabilities shouldn't really be held up in juvenile, and it don't really help them, because like you putting somebody in juvenile with disability, it's really going to bring not only PTSD, but it's like it's really some most of the time. I'm sorry to say this, but you might not know. They probably going to want to commit suicide because of the pressure. Not only the pressure, but the environment.
Mm-hmm.
They're not even going to feel themselves at the moment. So I feel like if you hold them accountable, at least not like have a one-on-one session with them. One-on-one session with them. Get them a mentor. Help them out. Actually, get, because I already got a mentor myself. Get them a mentor to the point where they can actually go to places and feel honored, feel special, feel like that time is being valued. It gotta be money. It
Right.
could just be to the point where that I feel like your love and your presence is just make my whole day. So I feel like if you throw them in the juvenile, you just making them worse.
Yeah. I think a lot of the juvenile system, I've talked to them, the DJS people, and they don't even acknowledge that they have many kids with disabilities in their system. They're like, oh, what do you mean, like asthma? Like, no. So there's a huge trauma component to this where kids in the juvenile justice system are largely have hugely traumatic histories that they have to confront on a daily basis. So, getting them the therapy they need, the treatment they need is really important to helping them, adjust back into the system rather than kind of locking them away, which is what happens now a lot. Or else they're just ignored.
Yeah, I agree, and I believe it was sometime. Well, it was a show that showed a man. He'd been in jail, basically in and out his whole life, and they kept putting him in solitary, and it just made his mental illnesses worse and things like that. And they think of it as a punishment, but they're not thinking of it as like, how can we heal these people, or how can we help these people with mental illnesses? So that's going to move into our last question of today, and it's basically was, have you ever witnessed somebody being discriminated against? If so, if so, like, what did you do, or what did you do about it?
Well, it's kind of, that's what I do for a living. So my organization is a nonprofit law firm. We don't charge for our services. So we represent people with disabilities who've been discriminated against. Mostly what the work that I'm doing has to do with people who've been abused or neglected or had their rights violated in institutions. So maybe they're living in a psych hospital right now, or they're in jail, for example. So we advocate a whole bunch of different ways. We don't jump to a lawsuit, but we, file grievances, we file reports, sometimes we sue. We try to make a difference for many people. We try to act systemically to get relief for people.
Naeem, you want to go?
Yes, I mean, keep it short. Yes, I have witnessed people with disabilities like being discriminated and stuff like that, and I've been trying to like to step up. It's like every time when I step up for that person, it's like they be like yo nah sit your or something like you better go ahead before I beat you like they. It's like every time I'm sticking up for somebody, they'll try out tell me to sit down or sit down if I beat you up or I'm gonna do something to you. Then it's like it ends up getting to that point because every time I'm trying to do right for somebody, it's like I always gotta fight that person that done the wrong to the person I'm sticking up for. It just do not make sense at all. Cause y'all not helping that person. I'm supporting that person more than y'all doing
Yeah, that's definitely something that happens in Baltimore City. And when they want to get addressed to things like that, it's like, oh, you're wrong for doing that, things like that. And I feel like that's why a lot of times as kids we don't hold people accountable or hold our um peers accountable because it's always, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that, and the third. So I definitely agree. And I want to thank everybody for joining us today and being active in the chat. Unfortunately, y'all know we never have enough time, so we're gonna end our time today. So as y'all know, last week I said I was gonna do a giveaway. I hit somebody up, they never texted me back, so we're not gonna do that. So yeah. And then, but I want to give away something to Alicia Morrow. She's in my group, but I feel like if y'all don't realize, she was the whole session that we've been here. She was the most active, so I want to reward her for that and thank y'all so much for being active in the chat. So I'm gonna text you and things like that. But any remarks anybody else want to say?
I want to say thank you for this conversation. It's very important and very needed, and I don't think we talk about it enough. So thank you.
If you got some jewels,
Oh, I already got
10
one.
seconds. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Wow.
It's time to
Okay.
go.
All right, I'm gonna keep it short. Um, I would say is do not let anyone bring you down, or well, do not actually keep on going within your gift at all times because we don't remember the same people that doubted you because what you got and what gift you have. Now you up there, let them hate, let them watch. Just keep on doing your thing, and you good.
It's awesome.
Would you like to give a jewel, Miss Parsley?
I'm sorry, a what?
A jewel is basically a piece of advice that we leave off
Oh, wow.
every session.
Oh, yeah. I didn't prepare anything, but thank you all for us. And everybody should know that they can call our office. We have a suspension representation project where we represent kids who've been suspended from school that have disabilities. And we do all kinds of work enforcing people's rights. So we also have volunteer opportunities if anybody's interested. So thank you all for inviting me.
Thank you. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna give it. Oh, go ahead, go.
All right, my bad. All right, so my jewel is to basically, well, this is for Baltimore City Public Schools. I'll say like start letting these teachers and hall monitors and admin principals, let them normalize, disability and mental illness because I feel like a lot of times teachers watch these students bully these disabled and mental illness kids, but they don't do nothing about it. They think we're kids and it's just fine and stuff like that. Like, you always have to bring this to the table because this is very important. And most of the kids in America today are dying because of, getting bullied and stuff like that. And, they commit suicide. So definitely bring this to the table and let them know, like, even though this person having, like, disabled and mental illness, like, still make sure they feel comfortable and welcome in the classroom at all times, because that's what they need to, like, teach more, and they need to respect it as well, because even though the students are watching what the teachers are doing, so if they're not paying no mind to that and they're just laughing at the fact that the person is disabled or they have mental illness, the students gonna follow right after the teacher. I've seen it a bunch of times. So yeah, that's my job.
To make sure, just respect others because you never know what they're going through.
Yes. Thank you so much, Trackstar. Thank you, Marta General. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Mr. Elaborator. We'll see y'all later. Bye, y'all.
Bye, everybody.
Y'all, can y'all believe we are at the end of our day already, y'all? A great session, y'all. Definitely that situation is not talked about enough. So we got to find a way to keep that as part of the conversation. But y'all, it's the end of our workday. It is the end of our workday. Thank y'all so much for rocking with us. Yo, look, the countdown is real, yo. The countdown is real. And look, I got a small opportunity for 3 people. It's $20 an hour. We're doing a community cleanup. One of our partners is doing a cleanup in East Baltimore near Hopkins. So if you are interested, hit my DM and I'll give you the details and stuff like that. But we can help you out with transportation if you need transportation, like to there and from there. But it's $20 an hour and you get paid the same day when you show up. So it's Wednesday. It's from 3:30 to like 7 o'clock this Wednesday. So hit my DM if you're serious. I'm looking for about 3 people or so, and that's it. And of course, today is Monday. So if you're rocking with the Granny Project, then you already know the Granny Project. Hopefully you got your food. Word on the street is we doing tacos tonight. So if you already peeped in your bag, you probably already saw the taco stuff. But yeah, I think we doing tacos tonight for the Granny Project, 6 o'clock. So that's gonna be fun. But y'all already know what I'm about to say. Listen, the countdown is real, y'all. The countdown is real. What did I tell y'all? This time was gonna fly by. Yo, I know that we are ending the workday, but this should not be ending your day, yo. This should just be starting your day. It's still some light outside. You know what I'm about to say. Yes, Alicia, you already know it, yo. Go be productive. Yes, Yvonne, y'all already know what time it is, yo. Go be productive. I got 9 more times to tell you that, and that's it. Like, yo, if you don't get it now, then I don't even know if you're going to ever get it, yo. You should already understand by now. When you are leaving your job, that's not the time for you to just stop, quit, and all that. No, take a break if you need to take a break. But that's the time for you to focus on your goals. That's the time for you to focus on your version of success and do what you got to do to get where you need to go. Nobody's going to be able to work your dream except for you. And your dream is going to stay a dream if you don't wake up and start working. When you get off this live, yo, it's going to be so many things competing for your attention. And remember how we talked earlier on Miss Simone's session? Everybody making money off of you except for you. That ain't right, yo. You need to find a way to be disciplined. Focus your attention on the things that you want to get accomplished. And yo, if you ain't got no goals, I got 9 more headaches to go on this, yo. If you ain't got no goals, yo, that's a bigger problem. And that's where you got to start. But don't hit me up on that. If you ain't got no goals, yo, don't DM me, don't text me, don't call me, yo. Hit up one of these OG heartbeats and let them help you get some goals, yo. You got to get some goals. Not having no goals is like walking through life blindfolded. Like, no, yo. Get you some goals. And what do we say all the time? You ain't got to start with no big crazy goals, yo. You can start with some small goals. The journey of 1,000,000 miles always begins with 1 step, yo. So just take your first step. At this point, you literally have no excuses. Like, seriously. Seriously, yo. You literally have no excuses at this point. So, yo, I'm going to let y'all get to it, yo, because we got plenty of work to do over here, yo. I don't know what y'all doing, but we got plenty of work to do over here. So again, yo, that's 3 people for the community cleanup on Wednesday. Yo, hit my DM if you're serious about it. It's 3:30 to 7 o'clock. Tonight, the Granny Project, you already know what time it is. 6 o'clock, they start the workout. Then they start cooking the food at 7. And yo, if I don't see you tonight, it's cool. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. You already know how we do, yo. I'm out of here.